Hello everyone and welcome. Welcome to ClickBank Summit 2025. My name is Chris Ullery and it is my absolute pleasure to be your host for this one-of-a-kind virtual mastermind. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your interest in affiliate marketing, in ClickBank, and in learning more about how you can successfully make money online and own your income. We have an amazing lineup of speakers and presentations for you today from a wide array of experts across multiple disciplines. Affiliate marketing itself, of course, but also artificial intelligence, brand and content creation, influencer marketing, even tax savings. And sure, that last one may not sound like the sexiest topic, but remember, the only thing more important than the money you earn is the money you keep. And our aim with ClickBank Summit is to help you do both. To bring you expert speakers and thought leaders from around the globe so you can have an in-depth look at tactics and strategies working in affiliate marketing today. Now, in order to bring these speakers directly to you, free of charge, in a format that makes it easy to watch, pause, replay, and return to the event at your convenience on your time, we film these sessions live at ClickBank headquarters and then online with our remote speakers, gave everything a very light edit, and we are so very proud to now present ClickBank Summit 2025. Before I hand things off to our first speaker, I want to give an extra thanks and very special shout out to our Summit sponsors. Genius AI, which you'll learn more about in founder Peter Kell's Can't Miss AI session, which includes a big game-changing product reveal. Prime Corporate Services, which you'll hear more about in company president Tommy Thornburgh's effective tax savings session. And of course, Ship Offers, a long-standing ClickBank partner that offers on-demand product and fulfillment services and so much more that I'll tell you a little bit more about between speakers. Also, just a bit of advice. Pull out your notepad. Watch with engagement. Jot down pieces of advice you like from each speaker. The kinetic act of writing them down or just typing them out will make each tip that much more memorable and that much closer to action. And don't forget to set your intention. Think about your goals, visualize what you want to accomplish, whether it's earning that first paycheck as an affiliate, paying off your bills with extra online income, quitting your job and becoming your own boss, supplementing your retirement, whatever it might be. Keep that captured in your mind. In fact, check out the description below for a bundle of very helpful resources, links to learn more about our sponsors, and even links to learn more about Spark, ClickBank's affiliate education program. Students in Spark are 222% more likely to earn their first paycheck on ClickBank. It is absolutely worth your time, especially coupled with the foundational knowledge you're going to learn today. And now, without any further ado, I am delighted to introduce our first speaker, Mr. Tommy Thornburgh, President of Prime Corporate Services. Tommy is an incredibly accomplished and highly sought-after business advisor with more than 15 years of industry experience in entity formation and tax strategy. What's that mean? Well, in this summit session, Tommy will teach you the valuable tax tips every affiliate marketer needs to know to maximize their earnings. Tommy, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm really excited about this here in the ClickBank headquarters. Amazing building, amazing team. Thank you to everyone that put this all together. Chris said it very, very well. This is not the most exciting topic of this summit. I know that for sure. But it is absolutely one of the most important. And one of the things that I really like to tell entrepreneurs that we work with, if I came on here and I said, all of you that are here live, I'm going to give you $10,000. I would become the most popular person. I'd be your favorite, right? Unfortunately, I am not going to do that. I'm sorry. But over the next hour, I want to give you valuable information that you can take away and say that is going to impact and help my business by structuring myself the right way and saving me money in taxes. Because if I can show you ways on how to save $10,000 in taxes, isn't that the same as generating an additional $10,000? When you're able to compound both and you're able to generate more revenue, keep the main thing, but also give yourself the ability to save more money in taxes, obviously that is going to put you, your family, and your business in a much better position. So as Chris mentioned, my name's Tommy Thornburgh. I'm the president of Prime Corporate Services. And the four major areas that we focus on are entity structure, business credit development, tax prep, tax filing, and even estate planning to protect your legacy. I know that we have people all over the world, and Prime Corporate does primarily focus on US-based companies. However, we do have a lot of clients that are international that would like or need some sort of a US presence. So once again, I'll make sure to include everyone and give all of you some takeaways that will absolutely benefit and impact your overall situation and your overall business. As I go through this, please remember, it's not what you make, it's what you keep. Pay less, earn more. And when we have the ability to know what our profit and loss is, it makes it a lot easier for you to be able to make educated business decisions. One of the challenges that I will have for you is this year, I really want everyone to think about breaking your year up into months or quarters. So for quarters, we go January, February, March, quarter one, April, May, June, quarter two, so on and so forth. Going into the fourth quarter, October, November, December, when you know your profit and your loss, it allows you the ability to make more educated business decisions. Can you invest into more marketing? Can you invest into the computer or the laptop or the iPad that you've been wanting that's going to better your business in the future and allow that to be a business-related expense? So for today's key points, first of all, let's talk about different types of business entities. LLCs, S corporations, C corporations. When you look these things up on good old YouTube University, it'll make your head spin because there's so many different thoughts and opinions. What I want to do is I want to give you a couple things to be able to ask yourself, ask your CPAs, ask your attorneys, so that you know if you're set up the right way to protect your assets and maximize on your taxes. Number two, what is a tax deduction? How in the world does it work? How can it benefit my business to keep more money in my corner to allow me the ability to grow and scale at a more rapid pace? Number three, asset protection and generational wealth. The way that I like to explain this one is, it's not about where you are right now. It's where you're going to be in 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, and beyond. I've got two little girls. You'll hear me talk about them for the next hour. I apologize. But I'm really big on this one because if I can help impact their financial literacy while benefiting my business, I'm changing the trajectory of my family in understanding how to run and how to operate not only a business, but finances, right? I graduated high school and I'm waiting for algebra to come across my desk. It's yet to happen. Unfortunately, these are things that a lot of people don't learn. Taxes, how to purchase a home, how to balance a budget, and they're things that you have to deal with year in and year out. Number four, last but not least, personal credit versus business credit. How you can build and develop a separate credit profile that allows you the ability to grow, scale, and help more people, right? In the 200,000 plus businesses that we've helped structure, I am yet to meet an entrepreneur that says, I wish I had less money. That hasn't happened, right? And the reason for it is when you don't need money, I kind of joke that everyone and their mother sends you a credit card application. When you need money, it tends to be a little bit more difficult to come across. So if you can plan accordingly, build personal credit and build business credit, once again, it makes it easier to run and operate not only your life, but also your business. All right, before we jump into it here, everyone's favorite part. I'm sorry. I know I'm killing the mood with the legal disclaimer. Here's a fun, useless fact for you. Did you know that if you read every legal disclaimer that was presented before you over the course of a year, it would actually take you a year to read it? Kind of scary, right? On this legal disclaimer, though, two things that I want to be very clear on. First of all of your situations are different. Some of you are married, some of you have kids, some of you already have multiple businesses, and that is going to change your overall picture. The second component, I am not a CPA, I am not an attorney. Both of them work within the organization. Combined, I have over 100 CPAs and attorneys total, but I get to talk to you today as an investor and as an entrepreneur. I own multiple businesses, I have over 400 employees, and all that really means is that I have made a lot of mistakes. And that's what I want to share with you today is when you make mistakes, how you can recover. When you make financial decisions, how they can feel more calculated so that you know when you spend $1, how that's going to reflect in your bottom line, and how you can make sure that you keep the trajectory on building and growing a great business. All right, so let's talk a little bit about taxes. Now, this is going to be more US based when I talk about the tax code. But once again, for those of you that are international and need some sort of a US presence, when you have a US entity, you do need to file your taxes. Okay? Benjamin Franklin said the two guarantees in this life are death and taxes. While extremely depressing, there is some truth to it. We have to file taxes every year, and the tax code is a game. It really is not that old. Individual tax income did not become a thing until 1913. That's fairly recent, all things considered. So when you're filing your taxes, how do you know how to play the game? There are now over 70,000 pages of a tax code. And a lot of those tax codes benefit investors and entrepreneurs. I tell people all the time, when you have a home office, when you have a home-based business, like most of you already do, once you write off your home office, once you're able to write off your phone and your internet, it's something that you incorporate into your life because you see the value, you see the benefit in how much money that saves you on an annual basis. So I want to give you a quick example. For those of you that are visual like myself, what does this really mean? How does this really impact my situation? Here is an example of a client that we had a couple years ago that made right around $100,000. Now, on the federal level, $100,000 falls at a 22% tax rate, as you can see. So I always tell people, when I say it's not what you make, it's what you keep, you didn't make $100,000 if we're handing $14,000 over in the form of taxes. For this example, we didn't even include any state tax, but if you're in Massachusetts, New York, California, you're going to end up paying an additional amount for your state income tax as well. Social Security and Medicare step in and take some of those additional funds. So look at this bottom line here. On total tax, you make $100,000 and end up paying just over $20,000 in taxes. You didn't make 100, you made closer to 80. And if you look at that from a profit and a loss standpoint, it really helps you understand that being a business owner, having a ClickBank account, continuing to focus on what it is that you're doing in this business will benefit you from a tax standpoint, whether you're brand new, just getting started, or already off to the races and generating income. So what can we do about it? That's really the question here. I wanted to set the tone, but I want you to have some actual actionable items that can keep more money in your quarter. We just made the $80,000. Taxes don't stop there. Property tax, gas tax, sales tax, city and county tax. Number 9, you're so depressed about all these taxes that you're paying, you go and you get a drink and you end up paying a tax on the alcohol. There's a sin tax that's included, right? It is never ending. And when I say it's a game, this is what I mean. You're taxed on tax on tax, but there is a solution. And all of you are at the right place for that reason. When you legitimize yourself as a business, you truly open the doors to give yourself the opportunity to run and operate with deductible expenses. So let's talk about that. For those of you that are just getting started, for those of you this is the first time you've even considered being self-employed, there is no tax code that says you have to be great at running a business. No one would be in business. It's tough. There's always challenges, right? But there is a tax code that says as long as you show the intent, you can take business-related deductions. So with that being said, the reason that I don't recommend informal business structures such as sole proprietorships, general partnerships, or simply just operating under your name and even your social security number is there's no asset protection. There's very limited tax benefits. So obviously a very biased opinion. This is what I do for a living. But I do firmly believe that everyone should be self-employed to some extent. Whether it's, call it a side hustle, or a side business, or full-time self-employment. Okay? Starting as an LLC is beautiful. And the reason that I love LLCs is because they're simple. They're easy. They allow you the ability to make changes on an annual basis depending on your income or depending on your situation. As you're generating income, that's when we can really start to look at how the LLC is taxed, how you are structured. Because once you're making money, we want to consider changing that LLC so that it's taxed as an S corporation. For those of you that are already making money, I know there's a significant amount of you, make sure that if you're generating active income, you have an S corporation election, or if you're international, a C corp election where it can be a B2B, business to business transaction. These are all the areas that I want you to be able to review. And whether we're helping you or your accountant or your CPA, please, please write this down. Whenever you're setting up a business entity, here are the 3 things that I feel everyone should take into consideration and ask themselves when they're setting up a business. Number 1, privacy and protection. How much privacy do you want? Okay, I don't want my name and my address listed on a state website. Not all states are created equal when it comes to corporate law. We'll talk more about that here later. But write that down. Number 1 is privacy and protection. From a protection standpoint, make sure that you're separating your personal and your business. That's what I mean there. Okay, number 2, tax benefits, profit or loss. That's really important. Good or bad, profit or loss, how do you put yourself in a better position? For example, as you start to generate income, when we change to that S Corp election, if you make the $100,000 as I talked about earlier, it allows you to avoid half of your self-employment tax, which is Medicare and Social Security. It saves you about 7%. So if you go make that $100,000, it's $7,000 back in your pocket as opposed to Uncle Sam's. Okay, my mom always said, you can't choose your family, so get over it. I unfortunately have become my mom. I shouldn't say unfortunately, I fortunately have become my mom. And I say you can't choose your business partner. And when you're operating in the US, one of those business partners is Uncle Sam. Taxes are something that are going to continue to be there. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to become an accountant. But if you focus on what you enjoy and you hire out the rest, it allows you the ability to not only have the time freedom, the financial freedom, but also the freedom of doing what you like, what you want, and what you enjoy. Okay, so that's number 2 is tax benefits. Number 3 is credibility. Show yourself as a legitimate business, not only to your clientele, but to banks and lenders as well. I've operated 6, 7, 8, and even 9-figure businesses. And when I say credibility, here's what I mean. Even when you're just getting started, one of my favorite moments. I've been self-employed since I was 18 years old. And one of my favorite financial accolades was opening my first business bank account. There was $25 in that account. I remember walking out with my folder and I'm feeling good. I've got a business bank account. I get to tell my mom I'm self-employed. There was $25 in that account. And from a psychology standpoint, I always think about that for those of you that are brand new business owners. You're the owner of that business. You're the president. You're the CEO. Play that part and set yourself up accordingly. So those are the three: privacy and protection, tax benefits, profit or loss, and credibility. Ask yourself that as you're structuring and as you're operating this business. Once you have your business entity in place, LLC or corporation, for those of you that are international, that would be more comparable to a sole trader, a sole proprietorship, or a limited or an incorporated, for example. But now we have the ability to open up the doors to business-related expenses. When you're spending $1, ask yourself, is this something that is ordinary, necessary, helpful, or appropriate for me to go generate more income? Because your phone bill, your internet bill, your power bill, your ClickBank subscriptions, your marketing, any softwares that you need to purchase, your computer, your laptop, good luck running this business without the internet, right? All of those become business-related expenses. And what I really try and help people understand here is taxes don't have to become rocket science. Last year, we filed over 50,000 tax forms. And guess what the number one reason is as to why our clients saved an average of $9,200 more than the previous year? It's simple. It's very easy. Tracking expenses. That's simple. You don't remember what you had for lunch last Tuesday. You're not going to remember if it was business related a month from now. So what are the best ways to track and organize your expenses? If you like getting into the details and you're okay taking a little bit of extra time, QuickBooks is really the mecca when it comes to bookkeeping. A lot of our bookkeepers use QuickBooks. A lot of companies use QuickBooks. If you want to get familiar with QuickBooks, great. Log in on a weekly or a monthly or a quarterly basis and say what is or is not business related. But you could even use an Excel spreadsheet. You could use one designated credit card that puts all of your business-related expenses on that one particular card. What's beautiful about credit card companies now is they have resources where you can check what you spent and what it was on. The point that I want to drive home here is when you track your expenses, it is much easier, and we have found that our average client saves $9,200 a year by implementing and tracking and organizing these expenses. If you're traveling to events, if you have hotels, if you have airfare, whatever it is that you need to run and operate your business, please track those business-related expenses. Now, as you start to generate revenue, and those of you that are already there, the U.S. tax code, as I mentioned earlier, has tens of thousands of pages. Now, you don't have to just spend money on buying a G-Wagon or a Range Rover like YouTube recommends. Obviously, those can be deductible if they're tied to your business as well. But there's really cool tax codes. I can't believe I'm saying that. There are cool tax codes that can help your business based off of your financial goals. One of the things that I will tell you is that nobody cares about your money more than you do. I've had financial planners that have said, Tommy, I don't make money unless you make money. If I lose money, are you going to lose money? I don't think so. So what aligns with your lifestyle? Those of you that have children, how can you help them? How can you have them help you with your business? So just to use this as an example, I mentioned earlier I have two little girls. I have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old. The tax code is always changing. Every year there are changes that come out, and there are changes that are published on the IRS website. So for 2024, both of my girls made $14,500. My business paid them for services that benefited and helped my business. I get the deduction as a business owner. They didn't happen to make enough money to file a tax return. So now I get to teach them financial literacy. They can pay for their sports, they can pay for their school, they can pay for their activities. Or, I kind of joke, my 3-year-old was like, "Dad, should we put some of this money into an IRA or a life insurance policy so this is $1 million by the time I'm 25? I was like, "That's a great idea, honey. How come I didn't think of that?" These are things that we didn't learn in school. And if we can help our children while benefiting our business, it's a win-win-win. I call it a grandma's deal. As long as everyone wins, I love that. For 2025, that standard deduction amount increases to $15,000. Okay, now if there's accountants on here or CPAs watching this, you guys are fuming at what I just said. You don't like what I just said. Because you're thinking, what can a 1 and a 3-year-old do to help your business, Tommy? Right? Well, my daughters are models. They look like their mother. If they looked like me, they would not qualify to be models, let's be honest. But they look like their mother, so they qualify. Last I checked, models make money. I have my girls on my website for my branding. I have my girls that help on the rental properties that I own. And as I mentioned, I could have paid a couple model children. I just happen to have 2 that live in my house that are helping my business. So you do have to do something that they're actually helping, they're actually benefiting your business. But this is a great tax code that can better your entire family. Another higher level strategy, once you're generating income, I love this tax code. We have tens of thousands of our clients that implement this directly into their business. If we have any golf fans, you know that the Masters Golf Tournament every year is in Augusta, Georgia. Now, fortunately for all of us as business owners, back in the 1970s, a gentleman rented out his house, left town, and got audited because he didn't claim the income for renting out his house when the Masters came to Augusta, Georgia. Now, we've all heard the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know, right? This gentleman got it passed through Congress, passed through the Senate, and it is now Section 280A of the tax code if you'd like to look it up. It's referenced as the Augusta Rule. Now, what this rule says is you can rent your house out up to 14 days a year tax-free. Okay, what does that mean? How I implement this strategy into my business is on the 5th of every month, I have a rental agreement. My business rents out my house. And I go over my minutes, my meetings, my bookkeeping, my monthly goals, my quarterly goals, my annual goals. I track it and I transfer money on an agreed amount that's reasonable for my area from my business to my personal account. Okay, saves me $10,000 to $20,000 a year in taxes, but I don't have to claim the income on the personal side. These are things that you are going to do anyways. If I told you that I did that once a month and rented out the conference room of a local hotel, none of you would bat an eyelash that that's a business-related expense, right? It's repurposing and using it for what's best for your business. And that's what I love about this business model. You get to work from home. You get to make your own rules. But there's areas within the tax code that you don't have to frivolously spend money just to save money on taxes. Let's align it with your life. Let's align it with your goals. Let's align it with the ability for you to operate at your house in whatever sector that you choose and continue to grow and continue to scale. Okay? All right, that's enough on taxes. I could go on and on about tax savings because one thing I can tell you is being self-employed since I was 18 years old, there's no way that the companies grow and scale if I didn't obsess over things like this. Taxes are one of the biggest expenses that successful entrepreneurs deal with on an annual basis. And having a little bit of planning and proactively planning throughout the course of the year, as opposed to reactively filing your taxes at the end of the year, is really what makes a difference. If I had our attorney come out here and speak, they would spend 45 minutes talking to you about asset protection. I do know that asset protection is extremely important. I'm probably going to spend 45 seconds by wrapping it up and telling you this. It is a sue-happy world that we are living in. I doubt that we'll argue about that. 40 million lawsuits filed every year. It's an average of 76 a minute. Crazy, right? It's not if you get sued, but when you get sued. Depressing, bear with me here, feel free to write that down. It's not if you get sued, but when you get sued. Totally different business model. But those of you that grow, those of you that scale, those of you that have multiple streams of income, separate your online business from your real estate investments. Okay, separate your passion project from something else that you're doing. If this is the main focus and this is what you're doing, separate your personal from your business. But if we set it up with the thought in mind of, once again, it's not if you get sued, but when you get sued, now you keep the main thing the main thing. You focus on generating income. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. One of my favorite books is called Rocket Fuel by Gino Wickman. And what I love about that book is he does an amazing job identifying two different types of personalities in business: visionaries and integrators. My partner, Steve Harward, CEO of Prime Corporate, is a total visionary. I swear to you, he can look 5 years down. He puts glasses on and he just sees 5 years into the future on how we're going to generate income together. Me, on the other hand, I'm more of the integrator. I like doing the work. I like doing the research. I'm a weirdo. I'll go to irs.gov and read a tax code like I'm the most excited human in the world, right? We complement each other very well. But I tell you that because understanding what it is that you like to do will help you grow your business. You either partner with people that complement you or you hire out the rest. And when you like being that visionary to go and generate income and create amazing relationships, you're not going to want to do the bookkeeping. Hire it out and enjoy your lifestyle, enjoy your business. If you're a little bit more like me and you like doing the work, you like understanding the details, you may be worried if you crossed a T or dotted an I. And you may be your worst enemy in holding yourself up or keeping yourself up at night. I share that with you because they're both beautiful. Business needs both of those. And when you have the good idea on what it is that you want to do and you can keep on focusing, generating income, make sure these things are set up properly so that if there's a lawsuit or if there's a large tax bill, you can navigate it and you can continue to run your business. Okay? All right, I told you that I was going to be quick on asset protection. So I want to pivot here and talk about something totally different. Now, this section is going to be more US based. For those of you that are international, I'm sorry, I hate to exclude you in any of this. Tax codes, taxes, all of those things are obviously applicable for any of you, no matter where you are. But business credit is something that is more US based. So for those of you that are US based, if you look at the personal side, I like this visual because you have a legal name. You have a social security number or an ITIN. You have a personal FICO credit score that ranges from 300 to 850, right? Hard to build, easy to ruin. We on the same page there? Do the same thing for your business. Let's make sure that you have a legitimate business name. Let's make sure you have an EIN or an employer identification number. Open up a separate business bank account. Right? Personal is personal, business is business. But you can also build and develop a Paydex score. It's a business credit profile that is separate from your personal credit. Okay, some of you may be thinking, I don't need that, I don't want that. That's fine, this is not a requirement, But as I mentioned in the beginning, I've never met an entrepreneur that says, having less money is good for my business. Okay, my mother always says, you give a good person more money, they do good things most of the time. You give a bad person more money, they're going to do bad things. Money is a tool. Credit is a tool. And if this can be one more tool in your belt that helps you grow, helps you scale, becomes more recession-proof to have multiple streams of income, I would consider that a massive win. We had a client about 7 or 8 years ago that came to us and had this amazing idea. He wanted to turn those really cool Sprinter vans, they're like the Amazon box trucks, into camper vans. So utilizing business credit, setting up the proper business entity, he ended up getting a Sprinter van, remodeling it with business credit, and ended up selling these really cool Mercedes Sprinter vans for a $20,000 profit. He sold it, he built it, he did it again, ended up on Shark Tank. And to this day, it's a multi-million dollar business. Now, very extreme example, I know. Really, really cool success story. But I don't know what you would potentially need this for. Remember, it's not about where you are right now. And I want to underpromise and overdeliver here. This takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. But if in a year, if in 5 years, you have additional lines of credit with lower interest rates, I have a hard time thinking it doesn't help you diversify or grow your business to a whole nother level. So take this into consideration. We're currently getting over $4 million a month in business credit and corporate funds for our clients. This is something that even if you're just getting started, you can start to build this credit profile. I love business credit. This is something I also am very, very passionate about. Last thing here, and then I would love to open it up and answer a couple of your questions, but think with the end in mind. I can't say it enough. Your business is your opportunity for additional growth. When I first got started, if you told me that I was going to be buying properties and owning the businesses that I do, I would have called you crazy. And remember, it's because I have more of that integrator personality. I don't even know what I'm going to have for lunch today, let alone the business that I'm going to open up over the next couple of years. So if you're just getting started, you don't in any way, shape, or form need all of this. You may not even need any of it. But for those of you that are more of that visionary personality and you know where you're going, you have the vision on what you want to do with your business, I challenge you to think about this for what's best for you and why. Up top, protect your assets. Everyone should have an estate plan at some point. Trust, will, living will, power of attorney. Okay, if you don't have it today, it doesn't mean you need it tomorrow, but put it on the vision board, put it on the why wall, put it on the to-do list for next year. Having the trust, the will, the living will, and the power of attorney to avoid probate and help protect your assets is amazing. I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. I've been doing this for 13 years, like I said earlier. I didn't finish mine until my daughter was born about 3 years ago. That was the first time I was like, holy cow, I really love this thing a lot. If something happens to me, I want to make sure that she's taken care of. I don't want the state to step in and take a lot of that money for no reason. From there, how much privacy and protection do you want? Those of you that want some additional privacy, or those of you that are international that want a US-based business, Delaware, Nevada, Wyoming, these are great states. My personal favorite is Wyoming. I have a holding company that is based out of Wyoming, and it doesn't even do any business. It owns my other businesses so that if my consulting business gets sued, they don't see that Tommy Thornburgh's the owner and my address. They see that it's owned by a company that's out of Wyoming where my name is not publicly listed. Now, here's what I will tell you. I know this is a lot of information. And for those of you that have been in business for a long time, I hope there's some tax strategies that you're going to say, I need to implement that. That's going to save me money in taxes. But for those of you that are brand new, if this felt overwhelming, if this felt like a lot of information, That wasn't my goal and that wasn't my intention. I wanted to give everyone value. If you're brand new, starting with just a simple LLC and treating and operating as a business, it allows you the ability to write off startup expenses, write off organizational expenses. I really, really want you to crawl before you walk and walk before you run and operate this business at a comfort level that is best for you. So no matter what that is, no matter where you are in your journey, due to the honor of being able to be a part of this ClickBank Summit, I wanted to offer each and every one of you the opportunity to schedule a free one-on-one consultation with one of our advisors. If you're brand new and this felt overwhelming, when you schedule this call, let us know that it was brand new and it was a little bit overwhelming. And let's break it down for you so that you can speak the language for your situation. If you're a seasoned vet, if you're already generating income, feel free to schedule this call and say, hey, you know, Tommy bored me half to death, but there are a couple tax strategies I need to implement to keep more money in your corner. No matter where you are in your business, this is a very special offer for those of you that are attending the ClickBank Summit. So scan the QR code or go to primepartner.info /ClickBank Summit to schedule a free hour consultation. Okay? Last giveaway, and then I'd love to turn it over for some additional Q&A. Myself and my team, I can't take all the credit, even though my name is on the book. We put together a book called From Vision to Venture. And I would like to give it away to you for free. Not only do I want to give you a free consultation, I want to give you the opportunity to get this ebook for totally free. Text PROFIT to 385-213-1984, and we will send you a copy of this Vision to Venture book on what my experience has been being self-employed for over 15 years, helping over 200,000 business owners take visions to ventures, the trials, the errors, the mistakes, the wins, the tax savings, wrapped up in this short ebook for each and every one of you for free. So thank you so much. Once again, I really, really hope this was valuable information. Even if it was one takeaway, I hope that that betters your business, saves you money in taxes, and separates your personal and your business for long-term growth.
Well, Tommy, first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for presenting such valuable information, and honestly, in such a compelling way. I saw a lot of great comments in the chat. I think people really enjoyed just the humor that you brought to that. And it's a topic that, you know, I think we mentioned in the beginning, can often for a lot of people seem maybe a little boring on the one hand or a little cryptic on the other. But the strategies that you talked about are things that people can apply, you know, not only in starting their business, but I was taking notes just for my personal life, to be quite frank.
Good.
Because, yeah, it's an area I think so many of us wonder about, but often have a hard time cracking into. Like you said, 10,000 pages of tax code and a year's worth of legal disclaimers. So, yeah, first and foremost, thank you for just spending some time walking through some very applicable, practical tips.
Of course. Thank you for having me. I mean, the whole team, the headquarters, I know I said it a couple times, but you guys are all great. This has been an awesome experience. Thank you for having me out.
Yeah, it's truly our pleasure, and especially to have you speak on this particular topic because, and I think we'll see this in some of the questions we get into, what we often see, I think, when somebody wants to start out as an affiliate marketer is they're most excited, right, and understandably so, to just begin that process. Like, let me go find a really great offer I can promote. And maybe it's, you know, somebody who promotes on Facebook or has a blog, like, okay, I've got a health and fitness blog. I'm sure I could make money out of that some way. And that's that first kind of entrepreneurial spark. And you talked a bit about that too. It's sort of like, okay, let me go find an offer that matches my audience and go see how I set this up and how I can promote it and get a sale. And they get right into it. And I think that is the, you know, kind of the exciting piece of it. But I wondered, we got a question in the chat, is there a place that, you know, is that appropriate, or are there a couple small steps somebody should do first? Like if you're really excited to begin as an affiliate, but you do truly want to go on this journey, should they start with some of the things you talked about initially? Just like, are there a couple foundational things you'd recommend?
Yeah, this is a great question. It's one that we certainly commonly get asked. And here's what makes this so difficult is if you take that question to an attorney, they're going to say, of course, you're starting a business, protect your assets, set it up. You take that same question to an accountant, not always, but a lot of times, you get told, just wait till you're making money. It's the path of least resistance to file your tax return. So what I love about what we are able to do is I take both sides of that, and I take my head attorney and my head CPA, and I ask them questions like this, and I force them to find common ground for the business owner. And the reality is, it depends on your situation. Not only financially, but also mentally, we really want everyone to work at a pace that is comfortable for them. But logically speaking, all of you have the intent to generate income, even if you're pre-revenue.
Right.
So I would say, set it up with the intention of building and growing and generating a profitable business, because even if no money is made, you can write off some of those expenses. So my personal biased recommendation, set it up properly from the beginning to give a solid foundation to build and grow and scale this business, and focus on the ads.
Yeah.
Focus on generating income, because I know that's the goal. I don't want this to overshadow what the goal is. I want it to be a complement and a byproduct on how you can keep more of that hard-earned income in your corner.
I love it. Yeah, thank you. And I assume, yeah, more from day one.
That's what I recommend.
And one, to your point, I think we see this a lot. People are, in a great way, sometimes baffled by their success. Like if you've been working as an affiliate for a while and suddenly you do have a set of ads that sparks and starts to generate sales for an offer and you start to scale, usually what we find are, people are looking back then and they're going, oh my gosh, this is actually a runaway. I need to figure all this other stuff out. But to have that laid from the very beginning, and it also kind of aligns with something we talk about fairly often, which is just that mindset, right? Visualizing, to your point, where you want this to be in a year, taking the initial steps to kind of, set that path.
Yeah, we just to give an example, we had a client a couple years ago, and he said, I'm not setting anything up. I was at an event speaking, and Tommy, I heard what you said. I'm not setting anything up. Okay, it's your business. Once again, I'm just here to help. I said, what if I do it for you for free? So, I'll do that. So we set up an LLC and we filed his taxes. He made $55,000 a year W-2. This was 2 years ago because the standard deduction was about $12,800. But by writing off these startup and organizational expenses, no money made in the business.
Yeah.
Off $55,000 of W-2 income, we saved him about $5,400 in taxes.
Wow.
And it's not, taxes aren't the sexiest part of the business,
right,
once again, but it's the compound of that $5,400 was a big deal to him. And needless to say, he's a big fan now. But
100%. Yeah.
If you can compound that year over year, it really helps for growth long term.
Yeah, and like you said early on, it's not so much what you make, but what you keep, or even just maybe viewing it as, oh, I make this in a sale or I make it in savings. Either way, you're still, adding to your own net, right, or to your bottom line. So
for sure.
Another question that we get a lot of international viewers, a lot of international affiliates. And so, we got a few questions around whether your services would be applicable, like if somebody should set up, as you mentioned, an LLC in the U.S., just kind of, broad international advice.
Yeah, so Prime Corporate Services focuses in the U.S. We're able to do business in all 50 states. So entity structure, tax savings, estate plans in all 50 states. I do have some trusted resources and contacts out of Canada and the U.K.
Oh, cool.
I am really working on continuing to expand internationally. But the reality is the tax code in the U.S. is very favorable, even if no money's made. It's a little bit more complicated internationally. But for those of you that are international, or to the question directly, if you're international and you need a U.S. presence, we absolutely can set up a U.S. entity. We oftentimes will set those up out of Wyoming so that you have the privacy and If you need a sales and use tax permit, you can get that. So yes, we can help set up the U.S. entity and file the taxes for you on the U.S. entity. But internationally, depending on where you're located, obviously we'll help you navigate on how to transfer the money and keep yourself out of trouble. We don't want to raise red flags. We want to do things the right way. And we absolutely can help in those areas.
Okay, so yeah, to that question, take advantage of the offer. If somebody's in a position where they could use your advice, don't hesitate to take advantage of that great offer you made at the end of the of your presentation. Have these people reach out, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. We have a bunch more questions, but obviously, our time is limited. Your time is valuable, so I wanted to just kind of cherry pick one more. You kind of talked a little bit about personal credit versus business credit, which I found really interesting, and we had some people in the chat want to open up and unpack a little bit more. So yeah, can you just speak to what's the process again? One more time for getting business credit and how important is that?
Yeah, I love credit. I'm very, very passionate about it. I'm a weirdo about it, honestly. I've got reminders that go off on my phone every 6 months. It'll be Discover. Okay, I know I got to call Discover and see if I can get a larger credit line or lower my interest. What I love about business credit it is separate from your personal credit. Now, we have an amazing software-based solution with over 2,000 different vendors and 15 different ways of how you can get credit.
Wow.
And every business is different. Every person is different. If you have great credit, it's easier to get more credit, right? And it's the same thing for your business. As you make money, it's easier to get larger lines of credit. But on the personal side, if you miss a payment, it hurts your credit. The longer you have open lines of credit, it helps your credit. And your business is very similar. But if you can build that separate credit profile to be able to grow and to be able to scale and be able to diversify, it's an amazing tool to just have more funding opportunities. There's an amazing website called 80,000hours.org.
Okay.
And it basically explains that the average person works 80,000 hours over the course of their life. They make $1.5 million gross and pay about $500,000 in taxes.
Right.
Net of $1 million. It's crazy. But banks are businesses, and they know that a lot of times self-employed people make more money than W-2. And because banks are businesses, it's a lot easier to be able to build and grow as you make money to get these larger lines of credit. But as I mentioned, it doesn't happen overnight.
Right.
It takes 3 to 6 months. It takes a year. In some cases, depending on the line, it takes 2 years. So getting started early is a great thing when it comes to business credit.
Okay. And one small follow-up on that, just being totally unfamiliar with the potential perks with business credit. I know we have some affiliates who live off points to a certain degree.
Oh, yeah.
So like if your ROAS or your margins are fairly thin, but you're getting great points back to your credit card because you're constantly, spending. Are there similar perks with some of the business credit programs?
I flew over 500,000 miles this year.
Holy cow.
I haven't paid for a plane flight in, oh my gosh, I would venture to say like 10 years. It's been a long time.
So firm yes.
And that's the beauty of being self-employed. A lot of these things are lifestyle decisions, right? Money's great, but it's the lifestyle a lot of times that people are after.
Yeah. And
having rewards, having cash back, having flight miles, absolutely, that's a part of what a lot of people build their businesses off of. We do the same thing. I highly recommend it for everybody to maximize rewards. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Okay. And yeah, I just can't thank you enough because I feel like what you've opened up here is just a way to stack all of these strategies. One of your points earlier was basically like if I were to go rent, the conference room at a hotel, but you're basically just finding creative ways to take advantage of tax codes that exist that are totally legitimate and reasonable, but are to your benefit and to the benefit of your business. So thank you for opening all that up.
Thank you for acknowledging that. I can't tell you how many times I'm at events and accountants or CPAs or come up to me after and start arguing with me about, it is situational. It really, really is. But a lot of it comes down to just planning throughout the course of the year to be able to utilize a lot of these strategies.
Yep, things that you're already doing. Yeah, well, I can't wait. I want to pick up the book, From Vision to Venture. I really want people to take advantage of this. If it basically contains even a tenth of what you've already shared and probably contains 10x more. 100% worthwhile. So Tommy Thornburgh, once again, President of Prime Corporate Services, thank you for your time, expertise, knowledge, and just, genuine humor that you shared with us today.
Of course, yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is the one and only affiliate marketing dude, Marcus Campbell, a seasoned affiliate marketer with 25 years of experience, 8-figure earnings, and a dedicated YouTube and social following. Marcus provides actionable insights to help people turn small niches into big profits. In this session, courtesy of a live demo, Marcus will show how you can use cutting-edge AI tools to supercharge your affiliate efforts in a fraction of the time. Marcus, take it away.
Cool, so today what we're gonna do, I'm gonna teach you guys how to make $400 a day or more with ClickBank. Now, we're gonna go through and we're gonna talk about how to use AI to make this happen, because AI is changing the face of affiliate marketing, and if you're not on board with AI, you need to be, because you're gonna get left behind. So what we're gonna do today is talk about how I make money every day with ClickBank and AI. So first of all, this is an image of the mobile home I lived in when I got my first ClickBank account. I will never forget it. We had an old phone, we had an old monitor, everything was a beast and completely slow. But I remember I joined ClickBank in 1999, and I was wondering how this whole affiliate marketing thing worked. Back then, there was a couple of affiliate programs for like web hosting and different things like that, and you might recognize this screenshot here, which probably looks pretty familiar. It is the daily sales snapshot of the ClickBank login page. This is what it looked like when I first started. I literally had zero money. I didn't know what I was doing. I wanted to make money online so bad, but I didn't understand it. And then one day, a fateful day, my life changed forever. And there's actually a typo here, but it was July of the year 2000. In July of the year 2000, it was my first ClickBank sale. I will never forget it because it was July 4th. I went down to my dad's house and we had, 4th of July party, fireworks, hamburgers that were overcooked. My family loves to overcook everything. And I remember that day I went home and I logged into ClickBank to see more zeros. And I noticed $21.77. Now, a lot of you guys might be saying, well, you can't even get a meal at the McDonald's for 21 bucks. What are you talking about here? Well, this was my big aha moment, because having $21 automatically, even without doing anything, completely changed the way I looked at making money online. Because now I'm like, wait a minute, I wasn't working, I wasn't doing anything, and I made 21 bucks. Sign me up. Since then, I've made millions of dollars online with affiliate marketing. Here's a screenshot from one CPA network, over $800,000. Here's a promotion I did that did $20,000 in 19 days. We actually banked about $25,000 with the bonuses, and then some other things as well. Now, I've done this in many different niches, from Bible verses to football games to smiley faces. I'll never forget the smiley face one. We'll talk about that in a little bit. That was one that made me multiple 7 figures, and it was so simple, it wasn't even funny. So we could see here a lottery one, which we're going to go through today, because in prep for this talk, I actually found a lottery affiliate offer on ClickBank, and it was one of the top offers. So we're going to show you how to do that. In this training, I'm actually going to show you live how we use AI to promote some top ClickBank offers. Here's a screenshot from JVZoo where I made all kinds of other money and more money and stuff like that. Just so you guys know, hey, this guy's the real deal. He knows what he's talking about. First of all, before we get into this, I'm going to teach you some things that work if you do them. But you need to remember that the results are not typical, implied, or guaranteed. The average affiliate marketer makes nothing. However, I think with what you're going to understand with AI, this is going to be a game changer, because AI plus ClickBank equals huge profits for you. And there's 3 ways to start. You might hear a lot of people talk about niche marketing, affiliate marketing, and everything like that, and they say, well, you need to start with your passion. You got to start with something that you're interested in, because that's going to work. Well, I've been doing this for 25 years, and I found the exact opposite to be true. I have found that if you go where the money is, then you're going to make money. If you go where your passion is, maybe you'll be happy about it, but you'll probably be broke too, unless you do it the right way. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at 3 ways to start. Number 1, with the offer. This is where you can go to ClickBank, OfferVault, or any affiliate network, find an affiliate program, and start to promote it. The second way is through domain sales. Now, domain sales is a big, big starting point, because if I can buy a domain that already has traction for my offer, then all I do is plug and play. And this is a strategy that we're going to go through where you could literally get instant traffic. Not tomorrow, Not next week, right now. I buy a domain, I take it over, I get the traffic instantly. The third way is to start with a niche. This is where people say, or niche as they say it. Some people do correct me, depending on what part of the world I'm in. A niche is where you start with your passion or something that you know a lot about. Okay, so now let's go through, let's take a look at this, and let's understand how this works in terms of ClickBank. And we're going to do that by picking some ClickBank products. Right here we have the smoothie diet, pays $21.60 per sale. We have Lottery Defeated, which I have actually made money with. I think it was this offer. It was a couple years ago, but I think this was the same offer. It was a similar lottery offer. I don't think it's changed. This one pays $131 per conversion. And then we have the Psychic. We got them from everywhere here, so you get a good bit to pick from. Live Chat Jobs, Vin Checkup, and Lost Superfoods. So if I was going out there and I was like, well, I want to make money with ClickBank, I want to use AI, but I don't know what I'm doing, which a lot of people don't. What we're going to do is we're going to take a look at these and use AI to promote these. So if I was to go out there and say, hey, let's take something like the smoothie diet, okay? I can log into the ClickBank marketplace, I can get in there, I can get that offer, and I can start promoting it. Now, what I want to do first and foremost is see if there is traction for that offer. So I'm going to go over to something like Ahrefs. I'm going to type in smoothie, right, like this, and I can see there's like, yeah, millions of people each and every month looking up smoothie offers. Now, I can also go through and do something like smoothie diet, and smoothie diet will pull up even more. So we have 3,100, about 7,000 searches a month looking for smoothie diets. So we know people are looking this up. But what does that mean to us? How do we get it? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to ask AI, because there's lots of things we can do. I can literally come over here to ChatGPT 4.0, or if you got no money, you can use the free ChatGPT. Either one will work just fine. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say, please list 100 popular smoothie ingredients that help lose weight. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to think about our market in a different way. If I can go out there and I can find 100 different ingredients, now what I can do is I can make what's called sideways content, where most people are going to think, oh, I need an article about how to lose weight with smoothies. That's one and done, one shot, that's all you got, you're out. Now, you could pay for traffic, which is good, but a lot of people want to, get used to this before they pay for traffic. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these ingredients and we're going to make sideways content. We're going to make videos about the benefits of bananas in smoothie, the benefits of baobab powder in smoothie, ashwagandha, and all this other stuff. And what's going to happen is I'm going to end up with 100 pieces of content. And using AI, I could literally go in here and say, what are the benefits of each? Please, let's spell please correctly. Please list 3. And it'll go through and it'll actually say stevia, here's the benefits. Bananas, here's the benefits. Now, what I'm thinking here is I could do Pinterest pin content, where I literally have a picture of a banana, smoothie weight loss, and I say the benefits of bananas. What this is going to do is it's going to give me a lot of eyeballs by providing simple little value to the market with research I don't even need to do. Now, it's going to get better than that, so if you're excited about this and you're like, this is starting to make sense, I like this, we can see here, here's the benefits of collard greens, high in fiber, rich in calcium, all this stuff. Now, what we can also do is we can use AI or a voiceover to make TikTok videos. All right, you see here, discover the secret to healthy weight loss with these delicious smoothie ingredients. 2 million views, 3.8 million views, 2.9, 200,000, and on we go. And we see here, this traffic is very closely aligned with the offer. What we want to make sure we're doing is having traffic that is aligned with your offer. If you go out there and you talk about weight loss and then you drive them to smoothie, there's a disconnect. We need to get them specifically looking for smoothie stuff. Now, going on, we're going to see that we can create that content. Now, I can also make a blog about ingredients in smoothies. I can go out there, I can find a domain name for that blog using something like Spamzilla, and maybe find a domain that had some rankings for the word smoothie. And looking at this, what's going to happen is now I'm getting a head start. I'm getting a head start because now I have a domain that already gets traffic for this, and I have content that is ready to go. This will work if you do it. It just takes time. Most people give up before the magic happens, as my buddy Brian says. But we're going to look at this, and we're going to do this in a very specific way. And using this method, you can find things like this here, smoothie receipt. It's got some backlinks, and you can find some that have lots of rankings with them, okay? And I've bought domains for as low as $5 that have tons of rankings in Google. I literally put the content back up, boom, I get the rankings. I've had some I've paid as much as $3,000 or more. Those ones usually have a little bit more rankings, but sometimes not as many. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at how to combine all this stuff together. Now, back to our smoothies, we can go out there and make this kind of stuff. Now, what we want to do is we want to make sure that our smoothie content is going somewhere simple. I don't want to confuse them. I don't want a link in bio type thing. What I want is go to mysmoothietips.com or whatever it is domain you get. That's just an example. Okay, we have to have it very, very tight knit. So looking at that, we can make content for offers using AI super fast. Also, there's a new tool that just came out recently, which is known as the Google Gemini 1.5 Pro with deep research. This thing is a beast because I can go out there and I can have this research on my behalf where I used to have a team of writers doing this. Now I can have AI do it like that. We actually have a team of writers using AI right now, and I have about 15 writers, and we're getting the work done every day as if I had like 150 writers, which is insane. So now we're looking at this. I can come here and say, please research smoothie ingredients. And what we're going to do is we're going to follow along looking at what AI gives us with the keyword tools to make sure that everything fits in a very easy way. And as you can see, this is going to go through and ask us, hey, do you want this kind of research? I can prompt it. I could say, no, go over here, only find news reports, only use videos, or whatever it is. Now, going through here, I can click Start Research. Now, one of the hidden gems in this tool is it's actually going to download into my Google Docs, which means I can have AI auto-post about that. More about that in just a minute. And you can see here it's researching all these websites, getting all the info, and it's going to go through and get me the content that I need. So this is a basic way to go about it. Obviously, if we were doing blog posts, you would have a blog. Where's our blog? There it is. You would have a blog, and you can do this in a simple way. Now, using tools alongside AI is an absolute game changer. I'm going to show you a really cool tool right here, and maybe we'll get you guys access to it if you guys want it. It's actually very simple. What this tool does is it actually allows you to get results from ChatGPT or whatever AI you use, plug it into your blog, and get instant prompts that will create content for you without doing anything. And in my testing, this thing passes plagiarism like crazy, which is really cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to say, I'm going to get the big list. Now just list them. Now just the ingredients. And I can actually go through and get this giant list of ingredients. Here we go. All right, let's just take these first 20. And I'm going to take these here, put them into our tool over here. Where did it go? It is there, right? And then I could say, describe your niche, smoothie recipes for weight loss. Then I have a prompt. I can say, let's do a little prompt card. Now, make a template prompt card for smoothie ingredients. 10 items, please. 10 items, please. Something like this, where it'll say, how many calories are in it, what does it help with, different things like that. And it should do pretty good. Let's see here. Cool. Good. Now let's do how about one ingredient, what it does, calories, ECT. What this is going to do is it's going to go through, and I'm going to be like, okay, bananas are good for smoothies because of X, Y, and Z. They have 19 calories. They're going to help you with your brain. They're going to help you lose weight. Bada bing, bada boom, we're done. So now we have this little thing here, and we are going to go through and add this to our prompt card. Now watch this. This is going to get really cool. So we're going to go right over here, add that in there, and then what we're going to do is take that big giant keyword list. All right, so we'll just take 20 of them. Where did they go? There we go. Right like this. And then what this is going to do is it's automatically going to give me stuff to work with, which is super simple. So we'll go right like this. Now, if you're paying attention here and you watch in posts, what this is going to do is it's actually going to add, if it wants to load, it's actually going to add pending posts for you. So we hit create pending posts, and bada boom, bada bang, it is going to load them up. Okay? So now, once it loads these, see how they load right there? Instantly. We're going to go ahead and click on this one, and it's going to give you the prompt to use. So you literally come in here and you're like, hey, I want a quick note card for a banana or blueberries, right? I just go to ChatGPT right like this, create my note card for blueberries. Boom, this is instant content that is going to work like crazy. And if you use one of the easier models, it'll actually be a little bit quicker for you. Let's do like this. And boom, it'll say, what are the benefits for this in our smoothie, okay? Now, this is very simple. This is basic content marketing. This will work. You can make content all day about smoothies, the ingredients in smoothies, the things that will help you lose weight. You could promote this thing and make money all day, every day. Let's take a look at a little bit more complicated one. What if we were to go for lottery? Now, of course, doing lottery stuff, make sure if you're doing social media, you watch out for the rules and different things like that because it is regulated. However, if we talk about our thoughts about the lottery rather than, you know, hey, go gamble, right? We could actually do this in a really cool way. So what we're going to do is we can go through and we can ask ChatGPT different things like, let's open a new one here, right like this. I can say, tell me the most common lottery numbers. And this will show me the numbers and different things like that. And I can make content about this. Now, you might be saying, well, Marcus, that's all fine and good. What can I do? Well, you could put this stuff on TikTok right over here and YouTube and talk about lottery numbers. You see people are doing it right here. Really cool. Now, one of the things about what I call a flipper niche, like the lottery, there's a disconnect between, hey, I'm looking up lottery numbers, what are the best ones, and I'm going to get my credit card number out and buy a lottery software or tool or ClickBank product or whatever it is. The disconnect needs to be met by having something to offer your visitors. If you teach them something good, like, hey, here are the top lottery numbers, here's how I win, or whatever it is, and then you say, go to my website to download the list of the top numbers, boom, that's going to work like crazy. Whereas if you say, okay, here's the top lottery numbers, I really hope you go buy this product on ClickBank, there's going to be a disconnect. The amount of people who click it are going to be very, very little. So what we're going to do is something out of the box. This is going to get a little bit more complicated. It does have programming, but we got AI, which means you don't even have to worry about it. Check this out. Just last night in prep for this talk, I actually went over to bolt.ai and created in seconds on the plane with people getting up and walking around and spilling things. I was able to program an entire USA lottery number generator. And if you're wondering how this works, check what happens over here. If we do lottery generator, we're going to see here you have 3,600 people a month searching for it. You can also do lotto generator. Now, this actually comes from a niche that I have made money with. I made money with the ClickBank offer. I made money with a lottery download offer, all kinds of cool stuff. That website, I'll never forget, I set up one morning, and by the time my coffee was cold, which takes about 15 minutes, I made my first sale. I was like, wait a minute, I put this site up. I literally bought the domain that morning. Within 15 minutes, I got my first sale. It was about $6. By the time I went to bed that night, that site had made over $1,600 in profit. It was actually very simple. And the way it worked was on lottery number generators. So we need to think differently about how can I promote these things in a way that not everyone else is doing. Because if you do what everyone else does, you're going to get the frustration everyone else has, which is not making money. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a simple lottery number tool. Now, I took this a step further and asked it questions. When you're using something like bolt.ai, you literally go to Bolt. Let me open up a new one here. We'll go to Bolt right like this, bolt.new, and we can go right here and type in whatever we want, and it's going to program it. So let's say I want a smoothie. Let's say I want, like, please make a smoothie calorie counter tool. Watch this. And I think you can use Bolt for a lot of things without cost. There is an upgrade, which if you use it a ton, there's an upgrade. But most of the stuff we made was actually free. You can see that this thing is literally programming on the spot. This thing is doing the work. It's getting all the ingredients. All I had to do was say, make a smoothie calorie generator, and bada bing, it's off to the races. And while we're waiting for that to be done, we can see all the different things that it did with the lottery number generator. So with the lottery one, I can come here, I could say I like playing Powerball. Let's go to the random numbers. Boom, it'll generate random numbers based on the Powerball algorithm. Now, if I want to use common numbers, saying, okay, well, these ones pop up a lot, so the chances of winning is probably bigger. Again, this is a for fun tool. If they want to buy the product, they can. And this will move product. I've done it for years. If we use the common numbers, it'll go through and it'll generate them right like this. You can do the same thing with Mega Millions, random, use common. This is perfect content to promote the Lottery Defeated website. When we're looking at this, it's saying there's an EPC of $4, which means, theoretically, on average, you're going to get about $4 for every click you send to the offer. Now, using the generator is something fun. And you might be saying, well, how do I get traffic to that? Well, make a TikTok showing how to use it. Go out there and make Pinterest pins. Make some content. Share it on social media. Share it on press releases. There's lots of ways to get traffic for this. We can also go through and ask something like ChatGPT or Perplexity to find lottery winners. So if I go right like this, over here, and say, please find lottery winners over 500K in the last 5 years. I can literally make social media posts saying, guy in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, won the lottery for $500,000 just by buying at the local gas station. Boom. All you would do is systematic content. And the content you make needs to purposely be made to promote whatever offer you're promoting. Everything we need to do needs to be lined up. So now I'm looking at this and I'm like, what better way than to get people into this lottery offer than to show them people who won? It's like social media. We go on social media and we're like, hey, I need to go to the Maldives. I need to go to this place. I need to go that one. And you're looking at everyone and you get jealous and you're like, I want to go travel. Same thing's going to happen with Lotto. If you have consistent content where they're like, hey, I want to do that. I want to do that. I want to do that. There you go. And they are going to see these people are winning the Lotto. How are they winning? Well, use the tool. Very, very cool stuff. Obviously, make sure you fall within the rules and the regulations and everything, and don't promise things that you can't deliver. But going through, you can get the research in a very simple way. This is much like I do right now in the drop shipping market. A lot of people want to make money drop shipping. A lot of people in that market make content about how to make money drop shipping. And that content is going to live like 15 minutes unless you have a big site and you get lucky or whatever it is. So what I do is instead of talking about how to make money drop shipping, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to find 500 different products that sell really well as drop shipping. I'm going to make systematic content on those 500 different products, or 100 or 50 or however much time you have, go there. But we can do that and they're going to see, okay, well, this little, coffee cup warmer sold $50,000 worth last month. Maybe I can drop ship that. Oh, good. To learn more about drop shipping, go to my website. That's where you'd have your offer. So looking at this in a systematic way, lottery numbers, let's get the winners. Smoothies, let's get the ingredients and the recipes, and then lead them to weight loss. Most people drink smoothies for weight loss anyway. Now we're going through, and we're seeing that we can promote this stuff in a simple way. Let's take a look at how our smoothie generator's coming along. We can see over here in Bolt.new, it should have a preview for us. Attempt fix. And you don't even need to know coding. All you got to do is upload this to your site. It works right at the get-go. Very, very simple. And it's fixing itself because there was an error in there. Good thing it caught it because I have no idea what this code means. And we'll see how this thing works. And this is something that can work really good because now you can have a smoothie generator. Like, okay, you want less calories, you want this, that, or the other. We could even do calorie counter. And you're going to see a lot of people look this up, 580,000 people a month looking up calorie counters. We can even do smoothie calorie. And you're going to see smoothie calories, 400 searches a month. Now, this is going to work really well because what we're going to do is we're going to take each of the smoothies and we're going to talk about how they work and the ingredients and everything like that. Now, if we go back to our programmer, check this out. So now, within minutes, without knowing code, without knowing how to fix the code, I literally have a smoothie calculator where I could say, well, what's in your smoothie? I got a banana, I got a strawberry, I got some almond milk, and some flax seeds, and spinach, because peanut butter just does not sound good for a smoothie. But to each his own. So my smoothie is going to be 247 calories. Now, I noticed that, when I make a smoothie, I usually put something else in it, like some juice. Let's go through and have it say, now add an input for a juice, where they can put in the calories. This is a tool that will sell the smoothie weight loss product. It will sell it all day, every day, because what's happening is instead of going out there and trying to promote something directly, I'm going out there and finding the audience that would want it. And I'm going to use that to make money in a simple way. I'm going to use that to get them in and say, okay, well, what better way to get people to my website than to say, the calorie counter I just used? Yeah, that's over at my website. This is like I do all the time on many of my websites. And you can see now, all right, so if I put orange juice in, let's just call this OJ, and it's 300 calories. Now I do this, and bada bing, bada bang, there we go. So now it calculates it at 640 calories. Now, let's go a step further, and I wanted to show you an example of where I'm actually doing this. Right now, I have a website and a business in the highly, highly competitive sobriety market. There is no other market that is as competitive as the sobriety market. Now, I entered this because I've been sober for about 10 years, and I wanted to share what I do. Like, how do I stay sober? How do I do that? And so I was like, okay, I want to get new people, but competing with rehabs, like, if there's any company that has a lot of money, it's a rehab. I know because it cost me a lot of money to go to the rehab, so they have a lot. And I wanted to compete with them, and I was like, okay, well, how can I get traffic of people that want to stay sober, people that are struggling, and instead of going for like, am I an alcoholic or whatever, what if I went for sobriety calculator? Watch this, sobriety calculator. I think it's sobriety counter or something like that. Yeah, there we go, sobriety calculator. So this sobriety calculator term gets 8.2 thousand searches a month, which is cool. I went to Bolt.ai. This was actually, I first made this in ChatGPT before I knew about Bolt AI. And what it does, watch this. I put my name in here. I put my sobriety date in here, 05/27/2014. I hit calculate. Now, what this does is it calculates it. It gives them a little confetti show. Congratulations, you've been sober. And then it shows them the exact hours, days, or minutes, days, and months and years and everything like that. It also gives them a little coffee mug there that they can order if they want to get the coffee mug or whatever it is. What this does is it gets me an audience I wouldn't normally be able to get. Creating a tool is an absolute game changer. And looking at these, you want to think about, okay, let's say I was going to promote Tina the Psychic, right? She's got a soulmate sketch, which I'm guessing, it made a lot of money, we know that, but I'm guessing it's like a sketch of who is my perfect match? Please draw them. Well, watch this. I could literally come over here to ChatGPT. I can create what is called a custom GPT. So I click on create, and I say, let's make a soulmate drawing generator. This will literally, in minutes, create a soulmate drawing generator. Now, I know it's going to be terrible because AI is not going to find my perfect soulmate, not yet. But looking at this, we can use this for entertainment purposes. They're going to be entertained, and then it'll say, hey, you want a real one, go over to Tina or whatever the product is on ClickBank. So now we have this, and we're like, okay, describe them. Let's describe them. And then it'll go through and it'll draw them. Very, very simple. And let's see here. This will actually draw them, and it'll tell you what it's going to look like. Draw this, please. and it'll go through and it'll make the icon for you. And then, of course, you're going to say, hey, if you want more pictures of your soulmate, go over to this here ClickBank offer so I can make money. I mean, so that you can get your soulmate picture. Very, very simple, right? And what we're doing is systematic content, and you could literally go over there. That's not bad. All right, pretty cool. But we could literally go over there, and we can put pictures on social media. You put a picture, you say, this is a friendly, outgoing businesswoman, soulmatedrawing.net, or whatever your site is. Send them over there, boom, now you have traffic. Using these tools is a game changer. And going here, once I hit this create button, it creates the tool for all of the world to use. And all I would need to do is go over to the GPT builder and say, add my website URL after every image is generated. Now, obviously, we would want to have an affiliate disclosure to say, hey, you know, I get paid when you get the soulmate sketch from the ClickBank, but this is something that can work like crazy. And once we start to understand, it's about thinking about the internet in a different way. Where most people are thinking content, 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 we need to think more about why we're creating the content we're creating, who we're creating it for, and how it's going to help perpetuate a market. A lot of people think that when it comes to web marketing, it has to do with the amount of views. I've had videos that get 500,000 views, and they make less money than videos that get 1,000 views. Why? Because the audience is a mismatch. If you have the wrong audience mismatch and you're chasing views rather than chasing people that are going to buy a product, you're missing the boat. And this is where so many people struggle. They're like, I just want views, and they're looking at that number of 1,000 people looked at this Pinterest, it must be good. 100 people looked at that, 1 million looked at that, this must be good. But I'll tell you, if you have the right person matched up, like if I do videos all day, every day, and all I do is generate soulmates for people on ChatGPT, I can drive people to that offer like crazy. So going through, looking at these, let's say we have something like live chat jobs, pays $61 average commission. Gravity score, there's a lot of people promoting it. This one looks like it's doing pretty good, and it's a $1 trial, so not a big barrier of entry. Looking at something like this, what I would do is I would go to ChatGPT or any other AI, and I could say, what are 100 live chat jobs online? Now, we might get some weird ones here, but we'll try to skip past those. And you're going to see what are the 100. So we got the Chat Shop, Mod Squad, all these other ones here. And I could literally make content about this. This is something that works so good, it's insanely easy. And when you start to look at this and you're like, okay, most people out there talking about make money online or affiliate marketing, right? I know people all the time. They're like, how do I get traffic for affiliate marketing? How do I get people that are interested in affiliate marketing? Do I talk about affiliate marketing? No. You talk about something in a different way. What if instead of saying, here's how to make money with affiliate marketing, here's how to make money with this, what if instead I found 100 websites that affiliate marketers use? Watch this. If you were to go over here and type something in like websites, money, you're going to see that there are people literally just talking about all the different websites that make money. And you will see tons and tons of them. Let's do just websites here. We'll probably get a better view of it. And they'll have top websites for X, Y, Z. Here we go. Powerful websites you should know about, part 156. Ergo, there's 155 other parts. And if this one got 1.5 million views, think about the type of person that would look at videos with websites about something specific. Websites to lose weight, websites to make money, websites to use AI, different tools you need, different things like this. Or if you want to get traffic for ClickBank stuff, talk about the offers rather than just the one thing like a ClickBank. Very, very important. So looking at this, we're seeing, okay, this is about making content deliberately for an offer, using AI to make it easier, making tools that will work for that offer as well, and then going through the process in a very simple way. Let's take a look at a couple others here. We have vincheckup.com, which pays $9.86. When we're looking at VIN numbers, one of the things that would be interesting here is if we can create a VIN number calculator or tool or something that will tell what make and model it is, which is included in the VIN number, and I'm sure AI can make a tool like that. Very, very simple to use. Or a lot of people actually search for VIN numbers. When I go to buy cars, I always Google the VIN number to see if it was ever sold before. I want to see if the dealer's lying to me, which, you know, more often than not, unfortunately, that is a case you got to deal with. So looking at this, we can actually make a VIN number tool that works really well. This reminds me of an offer years ago. I believe it was the rich jerk guy, Kelly Felix, who had the phone number website where it was literally like a search people website, one of those big ones, made a fortune. He was just literally ranking for all these different things, and he got a bunch of traffic. Same thing with VIN. If you rank for VIN numbers that are popular, you're going to get traffic. Making a tool, something like that. Or let's take a look at lost superfoods. If you're going to use lost superfoods, what I would do is I would try to find stuff that is interesting, right? One of the things a lot of people misinterpret or underuse when it comes to making money online, I learned this from Gary Halbert years ago. And he said, you know, one of the things that I know as a marketer is interesting facts. And I was like, what do you interesting facts? Who cares? What, are you going to go on Jeopardy? You know, and I'm like, he's like, no, you need to know interesting facts about your market. What if I knew something simple that most people don't know? Which, I mean, if you live in the world I live in, there's a lot of things I don't know, and there's a lot of things other people don't know. And if you have a specific knowledge and something interesting, it will get attention. So if I go here and say, what are 50 uncommon superfoods and how do they work? Now I'm getting content for the superfood stuff because that's what they're thinking about. And if you can get people in the midst of thinking about the product, one of the biggest things in marketing is if I know that you want something before you want it, I can make a sale like that. Ergo, if I have people that are looking up a hardship letter calculator or a hardship letter generator, right? They're behind on their mortgage, they want a hardship letter. I know I can get them to fill out a refinance form like that. I know I can get them into financial products. Why? They need help. They just don't know it yet. There's a lot of things that you can help people with, like this here is a list of superfoods. We got all these different lists here, and we can start to make content about them. We can go out there and say, hey, did you know about this? And I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm kind of a foodie. I drink smoothies. I like superfoods. Most of these I don't know. Like, I didn't know what a lucima is. I didn't know what a camu was. These things would be interesting to me. And if I can go out there and get content that would say, hey, you're eating smoothies? Why aren't you putting a camu in it? Because here's what it does. Now I have content that's deliberately going to get them over to this offer, and it's going to have a video that's like, if you haven't heard of these lost superfoods, well, I didn't hear about that one. That's why I clicked here. Your sales are going to go up exponentially. Knowing those little facts that most other people don't know is key to making money online, and a lot of people miss this. So when we're doing this, we're going to use AI to make content, and we're going to use AI to focus on the type of content we want to make. So I'm going to use ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini. If you're making videos, use Sora, awesome new tool. Video tools like Camtasia, InVideo. These are tools that you can use to create content. And I can come over to InVideo, and I can have it, here's Sora here. Let's see, I think I have my logins. Let's see how this does. We'll do a little test and see how it's working. This is a brand new tool, so I think this will be a fun one here. Sora is a tool that will create a visual based on whatever you type in. I could say, make a whale blending a smoothie. And it'll make a whale, and he'll be over there with his little blender putting his moringa and his bananas in there, and it'll make that. Just the other day, I made Santa dancing like Elvis, and we can actually go in here and say, make a, let's do a guy in ancient times finding a superfood ingredient, dramatic. Let's just do like that. And then we'll do a quick one here so you could see. And we'll just do one video. And this will actually create a video that we can use for our superfood stuff. And we can make videos that are like, hey, if you're making smoothies and you don't have this ingredient, you're missing out. Here's why. And starting to understand this, we can go to InVideo. And we can have it create a video, make a video about superfoods and how they help you. Different things like that. So going here, let's see how it does. 84%. And as you're doing this, you can also go back and forth from different AI tools like Perplexity. I can have this find news reports about superfoods. Boom. This is going to go through. And this is like having 15 different employees working for you, and literally it doesn't cost that much money. So here's our guy discovering the green flowing plant. I could have a voiceover that's like, in ancient times, this guy found the spirulina out in the jungle, and it helped the nation grow wise, or whatever it does, right? Obviously, we want to be truthful, but having that engaging, entertaining way about it is absolutely key. And starting to look at this and say, okay, now pairing this with the news reports on superfoods, we're going to get traffic like that. Not only that, but using news reports, I could even go out there and do a press release on a free press release site and get traffic that same day, actually the same hour. And starting to understand how all these fit in and saying, okay, well, you know, what are the superfoods? Maybe I could do something like smoothie and moringa. Boom. Now we have smoothie moringa, 4,000 views, 2,000, 2,000, 1,000 here. Here's a guy with 500,000, 1 glass moringa smoothie. These are the kind of things you can make with AI. Now, this guy's a doctor. He looks like a doctor. I don't know if he's a doctor, but he looks like it. And looking at that, you know, I might not be able to get 500,000 views, but maybe I can get 1,000. Will 1,000 not sell a product? And if I make a bunch of videos, will that not multiply? And will that not build and grow and make my list and everything like that? Looking at all these together is key. So using AI to make content, we're going to do Pinterest pins, we're going to do YouTube, and you can pick one, all, you could do whatever you want. A lot of people go all in on YouTube. Some people do the TikTok thing. A lot of people do Pinterest. Some people want to have content on a blog. My advice, bare minimum, have your socials and have a website or blog. Bare minimum. Why? Because here I want to be able to say a domain name. If you like this video about smoothies, or hey, you want to learn more ingredients, check out my website. This is going to capitalize on the traffic you're getting. I can't tell you how many times I see people get a 1 million view video. They got nowhere to send them. Like, why am I not making money? I get paid a penny per 1,000 views. Why is this not working? It's not working because you're not doing it deliberate and you're not sending them the right place. Using this with Pinterest, TikTok, blog content, everything. Now, if we're going to do tools, again, this is where having your own website comes in handy. Where you'd have your own website, you would host the tool. I could have a website called the Smoothie Generator or whatever it is and say, hey, how do you feel today? Well, I'm tired. I'll put some B12 in your smoothie. Something like that, that makes it very, very simple. Having those tools and creating those tools, we're going to use ChatGPT 4 with Canvas. It's a whopping $20 a month for that one. Or you could use Bolt AI, which is free. All right, there's a paid plan if you make a bunch of tools, but most people can get by with the free one. Now, next up, we're going to use AI to make a marketing plan. What would the plan look like? Using AI, I can make a mailing list. Say, hey, what are 5 emails, 10 emails, 20 emails that people might want for smoothie recipes? Put your name and email, get the smoothie recipes, you send them stuff. Hey, did you hear about moringa? Now, very important, if you're doing a mailing list, do not send the offer directly in the list. Why? Because when you send an offer, your list doesn't like it. They don't want to buy stuff. They want helpful stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, did you hear about moringa and how it helps? Or this secret thing in the smoothie helped me lose weight. Send them to your blog, have the offer on your blog. 1, this is going to help you get more click-through rate, maintain your list, keep them going for a long time. And 2, even more important than making money, you are not subject to suppression laws if you're just sending them to your blog. If I'm sending them an offer, now I got to scrub my list, I got to do suppression laws, I got to beat all this stuff. Nah, I'm just a friendly guy sharing content, and you know, I just happen to have a bunch of ads on my site that go to ClickBank offers. Very simple. So using these tools is a game changer if you do them correctly. Marketing plans, we can go to ChatGPT, Gemini to make those marketing plans. Very simple. I could say, make me, or actually I could go to this uncommon superfoods, and I could literally say, now make 50 Pinterest pin titles out of these and TikTok video ideas or YouTube shorts. Pick your favorite, right? So now it's like 10 uncommon superfoods, secret power of baobab, why you should try it. Transform your health with these 7 exotic superfoods. This is systematic content that will work if you do it. Your first one will probably get like a view and a half, right? And the half might be me or you. But over time, this is going to grow and build and grow and build. And what's happening is you're looking at what's already happening online. Far too many people are trying to do affiliate marketing where they're trying to go upstream. What we want to do is we want to get in the inner tube, relax, float downstream. Go the direction of where the people are. Go the direction of where the money is. Stop trying to overcomplicate it by saying, okay, I want to go into this, and look naturally, what are people watching? When I do my YouTube channel, I'm always looking at what are people watching? What are people interested in? My most popular video to date, I would like to say that I'm a genius and I came up with the idea because I'm so smart. It's not the case. I literally watched other people, and it was December of 2022, and I was like, what's this ChatGPT thing? And I rushed out to the backyard office and I made a video about ChatGPT, and it did really well. And the amount of money that drove into our business was astronomical. Why? Because I watched the trends. I watched what was already happening. Online, when you're dealing with social media and even dealing with Google searches, what you have is you have something called dynamic inventory. Dynamic inventory means inventory goes up as things go up. Like right now, people are talking about a certain celebrity girl and her meme coin that looked like it was a little, not a good investment for some people. And a lot of people are talking about it, which means that traffic goes up. All those videos, all those people watching it, it goes up, 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 up. And if you can get in that stream where the traffic is, there you go. If there's a common ingredient that got recalled, hey, there's a recall on spinach. Everyone who has spinach smoothies like me, you know, there's the recall. It's going to be top of mind. It's going to be really easy to get traffic. When I had my lottery website, the reason it made $1,600 the first day online, and this was MSN traffic. I wasn't even on Google. It was all MSN traffic. And using MSN Bing traffic, the reason it made that much money is because I did it on the day the lottery was $600 million. It's like 10 years ago or something like that. It was the first time it hit like 600 million. It was all over the news. The traffic was huge. We were getting traffic just left and right, super easy. Again, I would not have known that if I wasn't watching what was going on. If I was out there like, here's how to win the lotto, here's another piece of content about how, not going to work. So we need to do this very simple. Another thing you can use AI for is lead magnets. You want to build a mailing list in the smoothie market? I'm telling you, you have a mailing list with people in the smoothie market, that is money in your pocket. There's no other way to look at it other than money in your pocket. And if I was to go out there and say, ChatGPT, make me a smoothie checklist. Make something helpful. Think like, I want them to print this out and put it on their fridge and be like, oh, did I put my bananas in today? If you could be there, that's the game changer. And looking at this with lead magnets and downloads and things like that, which we're going to get into in a minute, you can go over to a Ahrefs tool or whatever keyword tool you fancy and type in something like checklist, right? This is game changing because if I can go in here, here's the deal. A lot of people think that online there's this thing called junk traffic, and they're right. They think it's junk. But I'm kind of like the Grinch in the spirit of Christmas season, where the Grinch looks at some people's junk and says, I like that. And that's actually how I make a lot of money. There was one market I went into years ago where other marketers told me, you will never make money in it. And we actually made a bet. And I made money in it. And there was another market we argued about. And that market was my biggest one ever. It did over $2 million, and it was the stupidest, silliest market. It was literally about smiley faces. Made me well over $2 million. Now, how do I find these? You find them by looking in a different way. So if we have something like checklist, right? We need to remember that even junk traffic is buying stuff. I know that people out there that complain about being broke, they're still paying rent. They're still paying their mortgage. They still got a car payment. They're paying for things somehow. Much like over here, if I can know what people want, like a wedding checklist, all right? It says the average person in America has a $50,000 wedding. All right, that's the average cost of a wedding in America. What if I told this person something that would make me money? And this is a little bit different than a ClickBank offer, but I'll round back to it, just so that you get the point. If we were to have something like wedding planning checklist or wedding checklist, what if I told them they could get 5% of their wedding costs back on a credit card. Would they not sign up for an Amex card or Visa or whoever has the offer? Those offers pay a lot of money. So if we can think about what they want before they know it, hospital bag checklist for mom. What are they doing? They're going to the hospital and having a kid. I got 2 kids and, I make a pretty good living, but kids cost a lot of money. And I know that if I can get them there, I could say, hey, here, checklist number 2, get this guide for, after pregnancy smoothie or whatever it is, or buy a car seat or something like that. And using this, we can go to ChatGPT and make these in a simple way. First apartment checklist, apartment insurance, move-in stuff, how to live on your own, home inspection checklist. Looking at these is a key. And you can even go through, I'm sure people probably look up a smoothie checklist. And it's interesting because looking at these things, let's do maybe food checklist or vitamin checklist. Vitamin checklist would be good to get people into. Now, looking at these, I think I spelled it wrong there, but looking at these, you're going to find tons and tons of traffic, and we're going to think about it in a different way. Here's a bunch of vitamins people look up. We could talk to them about how to get those in their smoothies and different things like that and promote the offer. Then I would just go to ChatGPT and say, now make a smoothie vitamin checklist. Boom. It'll go out there and it'll do it. It'll even make it fancy for you. It's very, very simple to do. And what we want to do is we want to think about our market. We want to think about what would they actually want? What keeps them up at night? How can we make life easier for them? And this is going to work, showing, okay, here's how to get vitamin K in your smoothie. Here's this, here's that. You could literally make little cards or a slideshow. One of the other things that I think with AI a lot of people miss out on is the power of the Microsoft tools with AI. Watch this. So let's say you wanted to promote this smoothie offer and you want a slideshow or a webinar. I go to Microsoft PowerPoint, I click on Copilot, and I literally say, if it'll come up here, make this into a slideshow. And it'll make a slideshow about all these smoothie ingredients. And then what would I do at the end of the slideshow? I would literally go in, yes, please make the slideshow. I would literally go in, I'd read off of the slides, I'd click the button, and I'd say, now that you're done, get a printable version of this over at my website. They get the printable version, I brand it with my ClickBank offer, I'm good to go. Let's see here. Try asking me again. Smoothie, vitamins, presentation. This will actually go through, it'll get the images, it'll make the text, it'll make it nice, everything like that. Very, very simple. And we'll come back to that when it's done. Sometimes it takes a little bit. But looking at this, now we can go through, we can make lead magnets, we can make webinars, we can make checklists and downloads. If you're doing webinars, ChatGPT, you can use your own voice, you can use a face image. We're using AI face images where you have like a little cartoon. Just the other day, we made the talking banana, which would be perfect for the smoothie market, right? I think he was down here somewhere. See, we're making all kinds of stuff here in AI, and let's see where our banana is. There he is. He came out pretty cool. And there's our banana guy, and you can have the banana guy that's like, okay, here's, Barry the banana. Barry, that would be kind of weird for smoothies. Might be confusing. We'll call him Bert the banana. And Bert the banana would talk to you about different smoothie ingredients. This is the kind of stuff that will get traction. It's just a matter of doing it. And then going out there, having him read the slideshow, or you read the slideshow, or whatever it is. There we go. Smoothie Vitamins 101. Presentation overview. Here's what they do. Here's all the vitamins. It literally made this in seconds, and all I would have to do is read this content. It is not hard to do. It will move product. And starting to understand, this is about creating things with a purpose, making our content and our tools with the direct path to profit. Everything I do needs to lead to what makes money. Also, looking for flipper markets. Is there a back door to a market? Weight loss market, competitive, difficult, hard to do. Other markets, like how many calories do I lose walking or standing at my desk? These people are looking for weight loss, they just don't know it yet. Super cheap markets to get into. Flipper markets have made me millions of dollars where you could go out there and make a mortgage calculator, lead them to refinance stuff. Make a lotto calculator, lead them to the lotto offer. A weight loss calculator. A lot of people out there are looking for BMI calculators, huge in the weight loss market. You look up BMI calculator, it's got 1.9 million searches a month. You look at this one, The cost per click on Google, meaning the Google advertisers paying 2 cents, literally 2 cents. Watch what happens when we move it to weight loss. Boom, it's gonna be like a $3 click, 90 cents, $4, $3, $3.50. We literally found a back door to that market. They just don't know it yet. And when you start to understand that people are looking for things, and if you can get in the path of what they're looking for and why, right? You got the BMI calculator, and with AI, you could program the calculator to say, your BMI is above 25, you need this. Or your BMI is 7, get some new weights, because obviously you're lifting weights, unlike Marcus here. And you start to understand this will get people to your offer in a way you've never seen before. I have used this to literally generate hundreds of millions of visitors in a super simple way. And then starting to look at, okay, how do we pair this together? We're gonna look for the flipper markets, and we're gonna run offers that match with whatever they're looking for. My advice is, instead of going out there and looking for an offer, go out there and find something you can help people with. If I find BMI, then find the offer that fits. If I find alcohol calculator, see how long you've been sober, boom, there you go. Or you find one that's like alcohol, blood alcohol level, get them into lawyers, right? They're probably gonna need them. But at any rate, if I take all these and I start to run offers that match with the traffic and I find the traffic first, the entire internet is your oyster if you do it that way. Because far too many people are, I got the weight loss product, the only keyword is weight loss. No. You're missing the whole point. We need to find stuff that works. We need to make things that those people want. Focus on value first. And I know a lot of gurus talk about value, but hardly anyone tells you what it is. Value is subjective, and it's in the eye of the beholder. One person might think my sobriety calculator is valuable. Another person might think it's terrible. I'm not making it for the guy who thinks it's terrible. I'm making it for the people who want it. Value could be as simple as banana, 30 calories, don't put it in your smoothie if you get tired in the middle of the day. That could be value to someone. Starting to understand that value can be very simple, and value, when you know how to use these tools, Bolt AI, ChatGPT, Perplexity, another tool I'll go over and then we'll do the Q&A here, is the podcast tool that was put out by Google. This tool is an absolute game changer. The name is slipping my brain. What is it called? Notebook. Notebook LM. Using Notebook LM, you can actually go through and create a full 2-person podcast about whatever you want. Not only that, but Notebook LM will actually go through and research your topic. So if I go over here and say 9 YouTube channel ideas to make money, I literally loaded it with a bunch of guru videos. And I could go over here and click this notebook guide, and I can click on load conversation. It will literally have an AI-generated podcast. I could put a face to it. I could put slideshows to it, whatever I want. This is stuff that works in a very simple way, and it's doing the research for you. And if you use AI with what I'm teaching you here and ClickBank offers, it is a game changer. And you can see here, I don't know if we have audio, but there, yeah, we do over there. You can actually hear the podcast. It's a 24-minute podcast about monetization strategies and YouTube niches. And this is something that I literally did nothing but copy and paste links. And if you understand that AI is going to help you research, AI is going to help you make stuff that makes money, it's going to get your lead magnets, it's going to build the tools, everything, your world will change, because this is actually very simple to do. And a lot of people don't do it because it seems too simple. And a lot of people think I sound smarter than I am. I just keep it simple, and it works.
Marcus, thank you so much for that incredible, basically live walkthrough of how to get not only started, but how to succeed as an affiliate marketer using AI to your advantage as a hack, if you will, right? One thing that I thought was really cool that a lot of people, we seem to either forget or we just leap over, is that your job as the affiliate isn't just to lead somebody to the offer. I think what you really walked through and reinforced that I took away, and is always beneficial to keep top of mind, even if it's subjective. Your job is to provide value to an audience first and foremost so that you can establish that trust, and then eventually when the time is right, and they get led to the offer, you can then capitalize on it. But yeah. I think so often what we see, especially with new affiliates, and some of the questions in the chat can kind of reflect this, is it's just what's the easiest path to get to the offer I want to promote? And I think the way that you laid it out was really, it's a long path, but using the right tools, you can make it easy on yourself.
Yeah, and I think, looking at the path you want to take, a lot of people think that it's about an offer. I have never gone the direct, there's a lot of people who do a direct offer where it's like, okay, the Moringa fancy affiliate offer. They're going to go out there and they're going to bid on a Moringa or something like that. And it will work until 5 affiliates figure out what you're doing, that it's gone. And what happens is it's short-lived. So what I'm doing is I'm building people that will want Moringa and other things, or whatever the offer is, like say the VIN number thing. Right? I know in my head, okay, VIN number. Like when I did the lottery website, the main offer, like I made money with the ClickBank offer, but I would have lost money if I didn't have another offer. So having that is key, because I'm like, okay, the VIN number offer, I need to pair that with car insurance, auto loans, how to not get a lemon, how to buy a car, different things like that. Because as an affiliate marketer, I am in charge of my audience.
Right.
And if you have that audience, I mean, I literally have people that are from 2008 that buy now.
Wow.
Never bought anything. They're like, hey, I've been watching your stuff for 50 million years, and now I'm going to buy this. And that's key. And it's not hard to do. It's just that nobody does it.
Right.
They want just do this link. And, when they're just firing off ClickBank links on Facebook or whatever, it's like, of course that's not going to work.
Right. Well, yeah. And I think we saw this in the chat too. It seems like your approach is a little more audience first than offer first. So you probably get this question a lot, what is the best ClickBank offer? But I imagine you have a unique response to that. So
the best ClickBank offer is the one that fits your market. What I have is I have in my trainings, I have like a diagram with circles. It looks like a target. And the target is you have direct hit. Like the direct hit is someone's looking up smoothie recipes. ClickBank magically comes up with an offer where they download smoothie recipes. I get $5 and it costs them nothing. That's perfect world. Sometimes those offers exist. They're download offers. That's how we made money in the Smiley market, which was funny because the Smiley market, we made money with, do you remember Emoticons?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you probably saw one of my websites back in the day. With Emoticons, I had found out that people were looking up MySpace layouts.
Oh, interesting.
And I'm like, dude, there's a million zillion people looking these up. There's got to be a way to make money.
Yeah.
And the traffic was like a penny. I would buy 20,000 visitors a day, just every day. And what we had to do is think, okay, there's not a direct hit. I can't just give them, MySpace layout and we get money. But there was a cursor tool. And I was like, hey, what if they want, when you're on your MySpace page, it turns into a basketball?
A unique cursor, yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Boom. That offer was so popular, they actually made me a custom offer for web stuff for the Facebook, or MySpace. And so learning that was like, it's not always about the offer, it's about what your audience wants next.
Yeah. Anticipating.
Yeah.
And you talked a little bit about that too with, finding the right approach to a market. Maybe it's a side door. And then basically building, kind of funneling your way into it with good content. Well, I also wanted to ask, if you were to, so you've been doing this, a long time and built up a wealth of experience and expertise, but if you were back on sort of day one, right? What tools out of everything you walked through, or what approach even generally would you kind of first take if you were rebooting everything, especially for the people out there who maybe are still trying to crack into their first sale?
So 2 answers to that. One, if I was out there square one, broke,
Oh, good. Yeah, good point.
I would use ChatGPT free version. I would learn how to ask it questions. Like spend a day with it, ask it things, try to break it.
Get
like
good at prompts.
Metaphorically try to break it. You're not going to break it, but get those things, okay? Then find a ClickBank offer. Something you have some kind of interest in. This is the only time I recommend this. And do the sideways content. So if you're doing the how to make money online, live chat jobs, you're going to go out there and you're going to find, with ChatGPT, 100 live chat jobs. Go into Facebook groups, go into Pinterest, go on YouTube. Live chat job 1, talking to these people about tech issues. Live chat 2, flirting online, live chat, and you get all these jobs,
Right.
it will get traffic. It's not if, it's when. You have to keep going and say, okay, all of these jobs, because what most people are doing is they're trying to go and say, here's this live chat thing, it's going to help you make money, click here to buy it.
Right.
Nobody cares. If they cared, there would be no affiliate marketing because everyone would just go buy stuff at Amazon, which we're almost getting there, but not yet. But if I can take that and systematically go into a Facebook group, hey, live chat job 2, mortgage chat person,
Yeah.
Average pay, 40,000, requirements, this, here's where to get started.
You find a much more targeted audience.
And they'll be interested. And then next time
Yeah,
you post
warmer.
one, they'll go, oh, I didn't know you can talk about, shoes online and
Yep.
get paid. And then they're going to see more. That's if you have no money. If you have a little bit of money, go get web hosting and get a domain name. Because if you have your site
Yep.
and you're using a ClickBank link or a bit.ly or a tiny URL, and I have something like live chat money tips,
.com. Yeah.
I'm going to win.
Yep.
Because it's going to be repetition. They're going to go to the site. I can switch it. See, when you drive people right to a ClickBank offer, it's one and done. They don't buy, they're out. Okay, they got a cookie for, I don't know,
Yeah.
30 days, 365 days, something like that. But, I've been doing this a long time. I've been at this 25 years. A couple of people know the name affiliate marketing dude. If I disappeared from the planet tomorrow, nobody would care. Nobody's going to go out there, oh, where'd Marcus go? Maybe one guy, which, we probably, whatever. But
I gotta see a hand raised.
there you go. But nobody's going to care. We have this idea that we're top of mind all the time. And it's not. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
And that's either depressing, oh, nobody cares, or it's liberating.
Or freeing.
Because
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
"Shoot, nobody cares. I'm just going to do this stuff.
I can do my thing.
Yeah, I can get my list and get this stuff going. So having that domain
joy
is
to that.
key. Mailing list is key. And then value in the mailing list. Use your
Yeah.
ChatGPT. Say, hey, give me 50 emails. You want to do one a week? Give me 52 emails, smoothie tips,
Yeah,
things like that.
What sticks with me about that, especially, getting a solid domain host, it's kind of old school or traditional or long-standing credibility, right? The things that mattered in the early days still matter now. Having a memorable.com to return to that feels solid and legit, coupled with, new tools to just take advantage of, how to kind of build and harvest, your audience.
Yeah, and a lot of people, they overlook domain buying as a strategy. It's funny.
Yeah, it's
2000,
weird, right.
I think it was 2001. I got back into domain buying big, and we started using GoDaddy auctions. And I had my office built in the backyard back then. Now we have it. I have an actual office. It's a house, but it's an office. It's weird, but I was like, hey, makes more sense to get a house than an office.
Yep,
So-
fair.
But so back then we had the backyard office, and I get this call on my cell phone. It's GoDaddy. I'm like, uh-oh, what'd I do wrong? And I answer, and he's like, yeah, I'm just seeing how you're doing. I'm like,
You're
fine.
like, yeah, what for?
He's like,
Oh, I love it.
You're one of our top buyers. I'm like,
Wow.
I'm in a shed in my backyard, right? What?
Oh,
and
that's
he's like,
awesome.
yeah, you're one of our top buyers, and I just want to make sure you're okay. And he calls on me every month or something now.
Sneaky GoDaddy
But,
account manager.
and they're actually really, really good.
That's great.
And what I do is I'll buy domains at auction that have standing in Google, because it's like buying a restaurant. Are you going to go buy, you start from scratch, or buy something that's already got the pans and the stoves I'm going to buy something that already exists.
Yep.
Going and doing domain buying, I have bought domains for $50 that have skyrocketed in rankings literally overnight. We had one talking about the smiley niche. I sold it to a client. This domain was a little bit more pricey. It was like $2,000, but it ranked for 50,000 terms.
Wow.
And
Holy cow.
what happens is, using AI, I can just put all the content back on the
Populate
site.
a ton of
now,
content.
you have to remember, when buying auction domains, you're not buying the content. Some people, that's a gray area. For me, I'm like, no, I didn't buy the content. That's not mine.
I'll put my own stuff.
Put my own. And so we used to hire writers, but now we have AI team that
Writers
does it.
Plus, yeah.
And I mean, it works. I have a site that we sold a student 3 years ago when AI was first getting on the scene. Still ranking today. She hasn't touched it in 3 years.
Wow.
And it was 2023, the beginning AI content.
Yeah, long-term, basically passive now.
Yep.
Yeah, power.
And the domain is worth money. See,
Yep.
one of the things people don't
Equity.
realize
Equity, yeah.
is like, people say, oh, I want to do domains. And they're like, okay, I'll buy it and then sell it on GoDaddy. Well, if you buy it on GoDaddy and sell it on GoDaddy, are you not the top buyer on GoDaddy for that domain?
Right.
Like, I'm not going to buy a car at auction and go sell it back to the same auction.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're going to do is we're going to find other people who want it, but don't know the value of it.
Yeah.
And that's key, because a lot of people, they're trying to sell to the same pool. They're trying to get the same traffic.
Yep.
And it's like, hey, I'm just over here skating, doing my thing.
Researching markets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Marcus. Really appreciate your time, your expertise, that really valuable, basically live walkthrough of how to jumpstart your affiliate marketing business by building content using the power of a great collection of AI tools. I just want to say, if you're not following Marcus already on YouTube, we'll put his link up there. Make sure you subscribe. Thank you again for joining us at ClickBank and for basically one of the first nicknames way back in 1999.
All right, thanks.
It's been a pleasure. Cheers.
Thank you.
I'd like to take one more occasion to toss a shout out to our very special sponsors, Peter Kell and Genius AI, Tommy Thornburgh and Prime Corporate Services, and our friends at ShipOffers, an on-demand product and fulfillment company. You get to hear directly from Peter and Tommy in the summit today, so you'll learn more about the incredible things they have to offer, but I'd like to tell you a bit more about ShipOffers. ShipOffers offers on-demand fulfillment services and product creation and so much more, and is really for anybody watching this who might want to transition from being an affiliate to being an offer owner. So for example, if you have ever wanted to create your own supplement line, let's say you've got an audience on Instagram, they follow your fitness advice, and you're now poised to basically build a supplement line for them, ShipOffers can help you make that so easy with a formula catalog, with labeling services, with shipping services, everything you need from the ground up to make that dream into a reality. So I would highly recommend you check out ShipOffers, shipoffers.com. They are a long-standing ClickBank partner that we work with every single day. So if you've ever had any interest in transitioning from, say, being a pure affiliate marketer into being a product and offer owner, selling your own product to your audience, or even having other affiliates promote your product, check out ShipOffers. That is the place to look. And one more time, a huge and very special shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors, Genius AI, Prime Corporate Services, ShipOffers, for bringing you these sessions today and making ClickBank Summit possible. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next speakers, our very good friends from Creator, or Creator.co, a top-ranked influencer marketing platform with over 200 million creators in their database. This session will explore how affiliates and emerging creators can not only survive, but thrive in the evolving world of influencer marketing. Friends, take it away.
Well, hi everybody. We're excited to be here today. We're here from Creator Co. My name is Rob Dawson, Chief Strategy Officer.
My name is Vinod Varma, CEO.
And we're excited to share with you some learnings around the creator economy and how to become an influencer. We're delighted that we're joined today by one of our ambassadors, Kalia Wade. Hi, Kalia. How are you doing today?
Doing great. I'm so excited to be here.
Awesome.
You're the star.
You're the star, right? Exactly. Well, Kalia, would be great just to hear a bit about, I know everybody would be interested to hear a bit about yourself.
Yeah, your journey is super unique, and I think you've accomplished a lot as a creator, and there's a lot of learnings to come out of this session. So it'd be great to maybe get some background on you and how you came to where you are today and working with some awesome brands and now talent as well.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the kind words. So yeah, like they said, my name is Kalia. I actually started as a creator 10 years ago. I can't believe it's a decade. I'm only 27 though. I promise I'm not that old. I just started really young when I was
subtle
17.
Flex there on the age. Yeah, subtle flex.
Listen, I say a decade and I'm like, hold on, that feels like way too long of a time. But I got started when I was in college and I began with a blog. And so I started talking about kind of fashion. I'm a big nerd. So it was how to be successful in college as well. And through that, I started to learn about monetization, and you could do that through affiliate marketing, which I did. And I was interested in that. But then I also found the opportunity to work with brand partners. And so through different experimentation and exploring in that, I started to develop a strategy on how I could specifically pitch and negotiate with partnerships. And at that time, it was 2015, so it wasn't very common. And so through that, as I started to land those partnerships, being young, not having a big audience, I had like 600 followers at the time, and I was growing pretty slowly. When I kind of hit to like 800 followers, I got my first paid partnership. And so people started asking me about how I was doing that. So I said, you know what? I want to share the knowledge. I want to share and educate and help other creators really win in this space. So I started to add in more education to the content I was creating around, beauty and fashion and college things. And through that education, I was teaching other creators how they could find success in this space as well. So over the last decade, I've really focused on a lot of creator education. I also do a lot of consulting brand side for influencer marketing. And then 2 years ago, I actually founded a talent agency. So now I also represent creators that are full-time in the space that are earning 100K or more through brand partnerships. And we manage all of their partnerships. So we facilitate all negotiations, we handle the contracts, we handle the networking on their behalf. So it's really fun. It's definitely been a whirlwind of a journey, but it's led me here and I'm very grateful.
We're grateful to have you.
Yeah, it's amazing. What a great journey. And I'm sure a lot of the people watching today are really, inspired by that. And they want to understand, how they could do that themselves. One of the things that I know you talk about is like developing your personal brand. And tell us what you mean by that and why is that important?
Yeah.
And can Rob and I do the same thing?
Absolutely. If you stay tuned for these tips, then you can do it too.
All right.
So yeah, when it comes to a personal brand, one of my favorite definitions of this actually comes from Rory Vaden. He says that your personal brand is the digitization of your reputation. So truly, when it comes to the online space and influencer marketing, your personal brand is your online resume. It's how you're showing up online. It's what's making you stand out. It's how someone who doesn't know you, could kind of describe you because you're developing common themes and stories throughout your content. And so it is that overarching theme of like, who are you? What makes you as a creator? It's just the heart and soul of your business. And as we know with how crazy platforms can get, they could be here one day and gone the next. Your personal brand is the foundation that no matter where you show up, it's consistent across the entire board. And it's something that even supersedes the way that you're showing up and how you're creating on social media, because it can also translate into, more business things. Like for me, it looked like starting a talent agency. For other people, it might be a talk show. It might be a product line. It might be doing equity in a certain company that aligns with your personal brand. So it really goes beyond just how you're showing up, but it is truly that digitization of your reputation online that goes overarching into what makes you you.
Amazing. Yeah. And, I guess people, you want them to focus in a certain area and to kind of be known for a certain skill set or style or things like that. Like, tell us a bit about that. Like, why is it important to develop your particular skill set?
Yeah. So I like that you're saying skill set too. And you kind of know the background of like how I prefer, focusing on your monetizable skills versus just focusing on one specific area that you're talking about, like the niche, I think that there's such value in it being a niche, like there being something that you are known for, especially when you're just starting out. If you're brand new and you're just trying to get into this space, there is value in that conversation of where are you focusing? For me, when I started out, I had kind of 3 areas I was focusing on: fashion, beauty, and college success. And so in those, people started to kind of get to know what that looked like. I was experimenting, I was exploring, and then I started to narrow down into creator education. And so that kind of became my called niche. And with that, what was really interesting is as the influencer marketing realm started to develop, the only discourse that was happening online is just pick one thing and stick with it, pick one thing and stick with it for the rest of your creator career. And I just don't agree with that. And I know that's not a lot of people like that I say that, but I think that there's value when you're just starting doing that, to pick one thing or to pick like 3 things that you're kind of playing around with, experimenting with. But then as you're developing your brand, that you become known for your skill sets. So for me, just to give an example, I'm skilled in speaking. and talking with people. So I've started to monetize through that way. So it's not just, oh, I'm just kind of talking online and doing a brand partnership here and there, but I'm also hosting events. I'm also speaking on panels on behalf of brands and companies. So I'm monetizing what I'm uniquely good at, and it's still themed around the content that I'm creating online. But I want creators to become known for what they're great at and also what they're passionate about. And as a creator who considers themselves to be multi-passionate, and I'm sure a lot of people listening to this are also multi-passionate, when you're told that you have to pick one thing or fit into a box, it feels very stifling and also overwhelming. What do I pick? Where do I focus on? Where do I stay? And so if you're kind of just starting out, my recommendation is pick like 2 to 3 things that you want to create content around. Again, if you're trying to develop a personal brand, the personal brand is all encompassing of what makes you you. And I guarantee you're not just made up of like one passion or one thing that you like or one skill, right? You're multifaceted. And so within that, pick those couple of things, experiment, explore within that. Maybe that does lead down a path of you kind of honing in on one of those things and becoming known as like the Amazon style person, or like the beauty for acne or makeup for acne, you know, different things like that. Like it could be that one direction, or it could be, hey, I'm kind of more lifestyle and I'm talking about what my life looks like in this season through the realm of my skill set. So maybe you're really great at, again, speaking, so you're storytelling through that. Maybe you're really good at writing, so you decide to go the email newsletter or a blog route. Or maybe you're really great, honestly, at driving sales, and so you're like, let me focus on affiliate marketing and doing a lot of different links and conversion driving with the kind of content that I'm creating around. So there's a lot that we could go into with that, but I'll pause there because I could keep going on skill sets, but it's really just analyzing, like, what are you passionate about? What do you really enjoy? And if somebody was like, listen, could I pick your brain for just 30 minutes and get your thoughts on this? Look and analyze what the common themes or patterns are that people are asking you, whether it's a family friend or it's somebody in your audience, and using that as a baseline to figure out, okay, this is the kind of content that I could create around because I'm already being seen or known as being an expert or having advice or wisdom in XYZ area. So that's a great, easy way to start. If you're sitting here and you're like, I still don't know like where to start, like what 3 things to kind of pick, start there. And it's a really simple way to begin.
That's fantastic. And while we riff on that a little bit, through your journey, you've probably learned where the pitfalls are, and you've probably worked with some clients who've also learned where the pitfalls are. Any advice to the creators who are listening right now as they ramp up, as they get started? What are some of the pitfalls they want to avoid?
Yeah. Well, how much time do we have? I would say number 1, treating it as a hobby if you're wanting it to be a career. Even if it's not a career from the very beginning, have the mindset that it's a business from the start, because it's going to change the way that you show up. It's going to change the way that you invest in yourself, the way that you engage with your community. It changes everything, because the perception that you have when it's a hobby versus a career, very, very different. So I would say doing that. Also, getting so caught up in all of your numbers and what's the algorithm doing here and what are the analytics here and what are the likes, like just show up and experiment and explore and figure out, how do you even want to be perceived? What kind of personal brand are you wanting to build? Next to that, not showing up for the opportunities that you want long-term. A lot of creators I've noticed have a very short-term vision, short-term focus. Okay, I want to just get to 10K, or I want to work with my first brand partner. That's not bad. Absolutely. Keep those on your vision board. However, where do you want to be 3 years from now? Where do you want to be 5 years from now? Goes back to point 1. How are you viewing this as a career? Because you should be backing into whatever those long-term vision and goals are right now. So for example, if I want to speak, on stage at VidCon, for example, then I'm going to start showing up and creating content now that would position me as someone who would be hired for that opportunity. So when it comes to brand partnerships in any capacity, because I'm assuming you're also here because you're wanting to leverage your personal brand through monetizing with partnerships, then what kind of brands are you wanting to work with? How are you wanting to work with brands? And are you showing up in a way that if a brand sees your content, they're like, yes, we absolutely need to hire them. We'd be silly not to. Because if not, then you really need to reevaluate. So I think it's just also constant audits of the way that you're showing up, how you're showing up, not just saying, okay, I'm going to have to find one thing and stick to that for the rest of my creator career. but just being someone that's open to experimenting. That's a new one. That's going to be the new, new phrase here. Experimenting, and exploring
Sounds fun.
through content.
Yeah, and make up words if you want to too. Like get
creative,
yeah, we're all creators.
Maybe I need to coin that. It's my new phrase. We're experimenting over here.
Experimenting, I like it. Yeah, TM.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. How important is it at that early stage to start building your community and your following, and tell us about that and what's that journey look like?
Yeah. So I love the word community over following. And so I think looking at it is, how are you building a community? When we get into verbiage, and I'm very mindful of the words we speak. One of my favorite quotes is, the words you speak become the house that you live in. And that can apply for anything. And I use it for business a lot too. Because when we say, okay, how can I get to X followers? How many followers can I have? Then it becomes very much a numbers game. And a lot of people that use the verbiage of follower and likes, and they get caught up in the algorithm, it's because they're focused on, well, how many people can I get kind of in this sector? And if you switch your mindset and you switch your verbiage around looking at it as a community, as a targeted group of individuals that share common themes or passions that you do and value your opinion and your voice in the space in whatever capacity that you're showing up, it changes the way that you show up. It changes the way you look at your business. And in doing that, you're able to really focus on what matters, which is beyond the numbers. It's what kind of conversations are you driving? What kind of, conversations are you having in your DMs and your comments? It's not just like a likes thing, but the engagement goes beyond those vanity metrics. It turns into opportunities that you're receiving, different networking things, rooms that you're invited to be in. I've even seen based on building certain community kind of offers that you're getting to go on a trip with a brand, right? Or get exclusive PR, or be invited to be an ambassador for them, because the brands are seeing, or companies are seeing, the very specific community that you have built. Because in my opinion, and having worked with a lot of brands, I have seen the value of having a more targeted community of 1,000 to 2,000 people than 10,000 people that don't care about what you have to say and aren't commenting and aren't in your DMs and aren't engaging. And it's not really getting you anywhere outside of you checking off the vanity metric of having 10,000 followers. So looking at it as a community, it is important to build that, not from a vanity perspective, but in order for brands to kind of be interested, if you're wanting to go to the influencer realm, they're going to be looking at what kind of community do you have? How are they engaging with you? How are you engaging with them? What are those conversations looking like? And then as you're continuing to build, and let's say long-term, you want to write a book or start a podcast or be on a show or speak or do some of those things, the community that you would be catering to, it does matter, but it needs to be targeted and intentional. The way you show up should be always intentional towards those specific people, not just a random amount of X people, that just so you can again, check that proverbial box off of having the vanity metric.
Yeah. And while we have you on metrics, and we'll get to opportunities in a second, what would you recommend? We're from brands, creators, metrics on social media are always talked about, discussed, debated. What do you think are the most important metrics that creators should focus on today as they self-evaluate their progression?
Yeah. So I feel like I have a bit of a different perspective, because the question is it for creators? Is it for brands? When we're looking at metrics, what perspective are we looking at them for? But from a creator perspective, putting my creator hat on, what matters most to me is conversation. So I'm looking at DMs behind the scenes. I'm always screenshotting DMs, especially if I'm talking about a brand organically or sponsored. I'm screenshotting those. I'm sharing those with brands, right? Sometimes I'm DMing the brands those screenshots because they don't have public access to those things, but it shows that I'm driving conversations and it's leading to engagement, even though it's not public. Also conversations in comments, are the comments always just cute, love it. Not that that's bad. That's, go off. But are you actually are people asking questions? Are people engaging with you in, the CTA that you put in there? Are they hey, I love this, and this was really thought provoking and it made me realize this, or this was encouraging, this was inspiring, or I learned something new, or I'm saving this so I could come back to it later, right? I'm looking at those things. I'm also looking at shares and saves, who's saving my content to come back to, who's sharing it with a friend or making fun of me. I don't know. Either way, you're sharing it. I'll take it. So engagement is engagement. So I'm looking at those things. And then I'm really big on showing up on stories. And that's a huge way that I've cultivated the community that I have now, because people feel like they know me. And I've always wanted to build a community online that if someone met me in person, they were like, oh my gosh, you're literally the same person, like in real life. Like there's kind of no difference. And so, good, bad, everything in between, I'm showing up on stories and I'm always asking questions and engaging and acting like I'm talking to one person. Even though it's thousands of people that are viewing it, who's that one specific person that I'm showing up and talking to? And that has really helped with the engagement of people responding, tapping in, answering polls. Like if I put a Q&A up on there, like they're, submitting different questions and things, or like an ask me anything or stuff like that. Like those are the kinds of metrics that I'm personally looking at. And then I think just in general, like at a baseline, where's the engagement? Because from a monetization perspective, I'm also considering, okay, most brands want like at minimum a 1% engagement, usually like a 1.2, 1.5 plus, and ideally like in a 2% plus realm. Again, depends on obviously where your follower count is and stuff like that. But when it comes down to it, engagement is also something that, I'm considering, but I've never really been focused on overall how big the community is. I'm looking at what are the conversations that we're having within the community.
That makes a lot of sense, right? And it's really about the quality of that engagement as opposed to the pure numbers, right?
Yeah.
And I think, like we see similar things too. I mean, one of our best creators that has had the best performance only has a few thousand followers, but it's like high level of engagement, lots of DMs, lots of likes, shares, that sort of thing. Let's switch gears a bit. So you've talked about personal brand, you've talked about building your community and your kind of areas of focus. Now it comes to like getting in front of brands and presenting yourself to those brands. That can be really intimidating for people, right? And so what do you recommend as a way to kind of get started?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people ask the question of, if I'm trying to get in touch with brands, should I just like shoot them a DM or should I send an email? What do I do? And I have a few different ideas that I'm happy to share on what that could look like, because it really depends on the status of the relationship. So for example, let's say that a creator has posted like organic content about the brand Celsius. I'm drinking an energy drink in front of me, so it's the brand we're going to use. Let's say they posted about, I'm always drinking Celsius before my workouts or to like get me through the day, and they're tagging them. And so you guys have been kind of in DMs back and forth. They're resharing your content. They're like, oh, love it. Like, awesome. You got to try our new flavor, blah, 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 right? If you've been having a conversation with a brand, going into DMs and being like, okay, I really want to work with him in like a paid capacity, or honestly, like just get me on the PR list because these things ain't cheap. Whatever it is, you can go and send them a DM and be like, hey, like I, just have been loving using the brand. Like this is my favorite flavor. I'd love to have an email of someone that I could reach out to and get in touch with to talk about other ways that we could partner together. Then they can respond and be like, oh my gosh, yes, love that. Like, here's the direct person that you should reach out to. And ideally, they give you a direct contact. It's like Sarah at, Celsius.com. It's not like an info at or a hello at, because the goal is to get directly in front of the people who are making the decisions for partnerships. So it's going to be someone that's working in influencer marketing, like an influencer marketing manager, influencer marketing director, or if they're with an agency, someone agency side. So then you would take that and then you would send a pitch email. This is where people start freaking out. Because they're like, what do I put in this? Where do I send it? When do I send it? What do I say? And I think a lot of people overthink it. I think some people underthink it actually. And then a lot of people overthink it. And it's like finding the balance in between. So you don't want to underthink it by just sending a message and being like, hey, I'd love to work with you. Like, what's your budget? Or send me some stuff. Like, that's not giving any effort. We don't want to overdo it by giving them our entire life story of like, oh my gosh, like 5 years ago, I was walking down the street and I stumbled into a gas station and I found Celsius. And then I just like, they don't care about any of that.
That's
so
why I'm not getting it.
So you have to find like that happy middle ground. And my structure for pitches and what I'm always teaching creators is have it be a quick intro. Like, hi, my name is so-and-so. I'm a blank base. Like for me, I'm a Tampa, Florida based lifestyle creator that focuses on sharing XYZ content. Here's why I am a fan of Celsius, and here's how it's like impacted me for whatever brand this is. This goes across literally any brand in any industry or niche. You want to explain why you have a personal like affinity for that brand. Why do you like them? Why do you use them? Like it literally can just be a sentence, but it has to be personalized. It shouldn't just be, I like your brand. I think it's cool. I want free stuff, because every other influencer is doing that. So you want to stand out. And then the key is I always recommend sending over like 2 to 3 different partnership ideas of how you could directly activate with that brand. So if it's like a reel showing a day in the life, or it's like, come with me, on my next, weightlifting day, and like it's featuring Celsius, right? Like how are they actually integrating? Make it easy for them to say yes to you. And then you want to end with like some really great stats. So if you have an amazing engagement rate, or you just went viral for like talking about the brand, right? And the organic reach is insane. Or you're doing a new series and you want them to be a part of it because you're planning on featuring them anyway. We want to mention that, but just be like, listen, you got to be part of this series. So whatever that ends up being, add in those ideas. And then you want to give those stats and then leave with a call to action. It could be happy to send over my media kit with more examples. It could be like happy to hop on like a 15-minute introductory call just to like get to know you more and hear more about like campaigns that you're running. Or it could be, looking forward to hearing from you if like, chatting over email, like end with a call to action. And then that's it. Like it's not that difficult really. But I think again, people either like really don't put any effort in, or they put way too much effort in, and then it gets like lost in the chaos of an inbox. So I always recommend emailing, and then making sure you're doing follow-ups too, because a lot of people will stop at the pitching and they'll just send the pitch, and then they'll come back and they'll be like, oh my gosh, the brand never answered. And I'm like, okay, so when did you follow up? And they're like, I'm like, okay, go send like a follow-up, So you got to send a follow-up. We'll send anywhere from like 2 to 3, depending on, the brand and how badly like our creators, or as a creator myself, I'm wanting to work with them. And those are very simple too. Like, hey, just like kindly checking in on the proposal, would love to like execute on some of these ideas. Don't like, make it sound like you be professional, but don't be stuffy about it either. Because as a creator, like you want them to understand they're talking to you as an individual and as a person. So send the follow-ups, and that's how we get in front of brands. And then obviously also being here with Creator, like joining Creator, being on an influencer marketing platform that will directly connect you with the brand. So I don't recommend only ever doing like outreach through pitching, but join Creator, be on the platform, and directly get connected with brands that are looking to hire creators like you and are actively sourcing and casting for different campaign opportunities. Make sure you do both. Don't put all your eggs in one basket ever. So just get where brands are, and brands are on Creator.
Amazing. Well, thanks for that plug. That's awesome. Yeah.
I wasn't paid to say
it. Obviously we're connecting brands and creators together. So like you said, it's a great platform to be able to do that.
So we want to touch base, like once you send out the request to collaborate, and you've had a couple of follow-ups, it's likely that the brand is checking your socials and stuff like that. How do you prop up your socials and prepare for the brand to kind of investigate more about who you are, your content? Yeah. What would you recommend for creators to have, make sure their feed looks good, so that brands are interested in replying and prioritize that reply?
Yeah, absolutely. So brands, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all, because I know y'all are on that side too, but what I'm noticing from brands and the conversations that we're having, and also just having been a creator, is they're looking to see if there's any organic content that you've already done about that brand. I know a lot of creators, there's a lot of like hoopla in the space, people being like, well, I'm not going to give no free content to any brands if they're not paying me. It's like, okay, hold on. You have to think again, if we think if we're seeing our personal brand and the way we're showing up online as a digitization of our reputation, and we see it as a resume opportunity, that's like saying, well, I'm not going to walk into the job and let them know about previous experience I've had. That makes no sense. So you should be showing organically, even if it's like a simple story. This doesn't have to be a whole, high quality production reel. It could be, because you never know what that could lead to, but it could be something as simple as like stories, and maybe you add those to a highlight, and it's some of your favorite like beauty products or fashion products, like whatever brands you're kind of wanting to partner with, but showcasing that organically you're already talking about these brands. The brands are also checking, like, do you follow them? Like something so simple, but like,
Yeah,
do
good point.
you follow them? Like, have you ever posted about them before? Because they can see the messages between the two of you. It's like so awkward when I hear creators are like, there's so many horror stories. Like you reach out to a brand, you're not even following them. That's so awkward. So don't do that. And then also just like making sure your bio looks good, that it's not like a mess, to be honest, just to keep it real. Some bios are really messy. Like it should be very clear, very concise on who you are, what you talk about. Your email should be in your bio as well. Ideally, where you're locationally based should be in there, because that plays a role for a lot of different campaigns. Make sure you have like some cohesive highlight covers. Like just make sure like aesthetically things look good. Aesthetically overall, things have moved away and kind of become more like organic and raw and real. And it's not the Instagram, 10 years ago is not what it is now, but there should be a semblance of consistency on your platform that gives off a level of professionalism, because brands are looking for that. If you're kind of all over the place and it's like really chaotic to look at your stuff, or, the quality of your content is, there's much to be wished for there. Maybe consider like, just rub off the phone screen a little bit before you film or something, like you don't got to go get a super nice camera or anything, but like putting effort into your content in that regard, making sure that it's, you can hear yourself clearly. If you're talking in a voiceover or storytelling to camera, you can see yourself clearly. It's not like fuzzy or blurry or like things are moving around too fast in like a non-aesthetic way. So just things like that. Those are some of the things that come top of mind.
Yeah. And you know what? Like quality consistency is super important. I think something that we hear a lot from brands too is they want authenticity, right? They really want that creator to be authentic in the way that they're delivering the message and talking about that product. Can help us understand that a little bit. Why is that important?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people want to work with people, and when you're having someone promote your products or services, the whole reason influencer marketing blew up is because it didn't feel like the celebrity endorsements. It didn't feel like, J-Lo's like, yeah, I love this anti-aging cream. It's like, girl, listen, we don't even need to go. We know you have a great Botox, girl. Okay. Let's not like people don't trust them as much because they know how much money that they're getting for certain things. And so it's not, like an easy sell. It's not like, oh, my friend so-and-so like talked to me about this product and recommended it and like sent me the Amazon link and I bought it. Right. So influencers became like that friend that'll send the link or is, sharing the clothes, the beauty product or the hair product or whatever. And you trust them. There's a level of trust. And so that's what authenticity breeds. Like you being yourself and saying, listen, this product changed my life and let me tell you why, but you're not trying to be like, selling it necessarily. You're just organically talking about how it made a difference or, why you just really enjoy it. And because of that, it allows for like ads to go a lot better. Like if we're talking about like an ROI perspective, that's why, whitelisting where brands have been putting money behind creators' content instead of, doing these full production shoots. It's because people just trust it more and it's a familiar face, right? Like using someone's name, image, and likeness, especially if they're known to a certain community, then people are like, oh my gosh, well, I trust their recommendations or I trust what they have to say because like they've never steered me wrong. But we just don't have the same trust for celebrities the way we do for, hopefully a lot of influencers, if influencers are maintaining the trust of their audience by being authentic. But it just makes for even better storytelling. At the end of the day, what we're doing and what we should be doing as creators is storytelling through our own unique lens based on our own perspective and experiences. And if we're doing that well, we're going to naturally garner trust with our community. And then that brings value to brands that are trying to get in with that community because we're serving their ideal demographic. And then that eventually leads to, partnerships. I feel like we can make a graphic about that, but like it just all starts with truly like, where's the trust? And trust comes from people being authentic.
Totally. So Jennifer Aniston isn't glowing because of Aveeno.
Listen, I'll tell you what.
So dropping Aveeno.
Yeah.
So you talked about getting your feed set up and really positioning it as a bit of a resume. Just a quick, to switch gears a little bit, any tools that you recommend for we're not trying to plug creator, but like tools that you use to make your feed look better, to make images look better as a creator and as someone who works actively with creators, what are some of the tools that, high level stick out to you that are unnecessary for aspiring creators to use or try?
Yeah, so you need a good video editing app. So I use InShot. A lot of people use CapCut. InShot has just kind of been my thing, but I know CapCut has a great desktop app as well. If you're wanting to get like really crazy, it's like Premiere, I think, is the one that all the fancy people use. I ain't that fancy. Give me my iPhone and I'm good. So good video editing app, good photo app. I use Tezza for editing photos or Lightroom. You want to have those. And then for planning the feed out, I really wish Instagram gave you a grid planner actually in the feed. Like, please, Instagram, Meta, help us out. But because of not having that, yeah, hello. So because of not having that, we'll use like a Planoly or a Later. There's Metricool, Rella, like different social media apps that you can use to actually plan out the grid. So you can make sure that there is some like level of aesthetic if that's important to you, you know, and that's important to like your long-term vision and the brands that you're trying to work with. So use those. And then I also mentioned like Metricool, Rella, and Later are some of like the top social media scheduling apps. I have not had the best luck with scheduling directly in Instagram. I know that's an option, but for me, it always seems to glitch. It's not like that for everyone. If it works for you, great, use that. So you don't have to have another app, but it hasn't worked for me. And I don't want to be sitting here in real time posting every single piece of my content. So I like batch create and then batch edit. So I do a lot of content in one sitting, and then I will schedule that into, we use Rella right now, and we'll schedule it into there, which is like a social media tool that allows you to plug it in there, and then it will push out and go live whenever you want it to. And it's nice because of someone who shows up on multiple platforms, like I'm on LinkedIn, Threads, TikTok, Instagram, like about to add a podcast, like all these different things. Like I need a tool that I can put in there and like blast out content versus having to manually sit there and do everything. So those are some of the things like in terms of content creation that I'm using on the daily.
Cool. Thanks for that breakdown. That's awesome.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, I think one of the things that I wanted to touch on, you've talked about Instagram, like walk us through like the different platforms that, you know, the social media platforms that are out there. And like, there's a lot about TikTok right now, and is TikTok up or is it not? And, you know, I think it was down for 20 hours and then came back up. Like, do you recommend that people like distribute content across multiple platforms or kind of focus on one? What's your take on that?
Yeah. So my take is actually that nobody just shows up on social media to begin with, because anyone who has an account on social media, that's rented space. You don't own it. Things that you would own would be a website, an email list, a podcast, a blog. Like those kinds of things are things that you own, and you can have a domain. You can have, you know, whether or not social media is around, you have access to your community on there. So I always recommend to all creators, don't put all your eggs in the one basket of social media. And while like it's so, I got a lot of heat for this when the whole TikTok ban was going on, because I was like, listen, I recognize that this is hitting a lot of people's livelihoods, and I have a lot of empathy for that because we have clients too that make a lot of money on TikTok, a lot of people that make money on TikTok Shop. And so that's a huge hit. I said, this is also a great learning opportunity though, and this is what people didn't like to hear, is that you should be diversifying even off of social media. That if you're putting all your eggs in the basket of that, you have no control over whether or not it is here today, gone tomorrow, and then so is your entire community and the business that you have built. So if you're going to show up and build a personal brand, you need to have places that you own. And so it could be just one of those things, but have something beyond just social media. Now, in terms of showing up on social media, I do recommend like diversifying the platforms. I think having a short form platform, like a TikTok or an Instagram Reels that you're showing up, and then having a long form like YouTube, or for some people, it's a podcast, is really great because number one, it's going to make content easier because you can take the long form content and split it down into short form. But it also is going to allow the community that prefers either kind of a quick scroll and going through things versus a community that prefers kind of sitting there and like, you know, watching your video as they're getting ready in the morning or they're winding down at night. Like there's options for them. They're not limited to only engaging with you in a short form or a long form sense. So with that, you also want to make sure that if you're going to take kind of the same piece of content and diversify it on different platforms, that you're adhering to what that platform well receives. So for example, we take a lot of my Reels content and we repurpose it for Threads content. But Threads is text-based. You can use photos on there, you could use videos, but it doesn't perform nearly as well as text. So we'll usually take captions, or we'll take the transcript of the educational videos that I teach on Instagram Reels, and we'll put that into text, like multiple different threads. Like we could probably make anywhere from 15 to 20 threads per one piece of Instagram content I put out. So we've kind of had like a system with that too. I know LinkedIn is like the place to be right now. More creators need to be leveraging LinkedIn. It is like going to be the hot spot, honestly, this year. We're going to see a massive like freaking LinkedIn revolution, honestly. Listen, I don't know. It's very interesting to see, but it's not all professionals. I think there's like a misconception that it's all professionals, but it's a lot of creators now. And they're like, LinkedIn's really working on their video feed. So I could see that. I see it more as like Instagram, but a different platform than TikTok, because TikTok's really all video. But with Instagram, you still have like heavy text related pieces of content. And LinkedIn is now, promoting their video content. They're like releasing a ton of features with that. So what we've been doing is taking my reels and posting those on LinkedIn, and then taking the caption and posting it on there as well. And the impressions and like the reach that we've been getting through that has been crazy. So we also will like, again, change up the verbiage or make it like more kind of like 3 tips and stuff. So we've been playing around with a lot of that too, but it's not just like taking a piece of content and just like slapping it on every platform. Like you have to adhere to like what the platform is about and how it receives content, and making sure you're following those guidelines as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Really good insights. And, that's interesting about LinkedIn. Obviously that you immediately think about it as like a place to connect professional to professional and, do career building and building out your network. But you're saying it actually is becoming more of a creator platform.
LinkedIn is apparently starting to reward more creators for posting, but I just did my first ever like LinkedIn brand partnership at the end of last year. And I have more slated for this year. And they're
with LinkedIn?
Yes.
Congrats. That's awesome.
Thanks. Yeah. But I'm like, I was like, what do you mean? When I got the email, I was like, hold on. And then I started thinking, oh my gosh, I need a pitch for more LinkedIn opportunities, because, I've built a decent audience on there as well, but it's a very targeted audience. So for a lot of the creator economy related brands, they're like, listen, you have like this really specific targeted community on LinkedIn of our ideal people that like want this tech or want this platform or, want to know about this service or something. And so I've been getting paid very well for LinkedIn brand partnerships, which is crazy. And they enjoy like the videos, but also even just getting paid for like text related posts where we're tagging them. But we have like the brand partnership tool on LinkedIn now as well. It's very interesting. I think that's going to be a huge thing. I think long form, like if I had to make predictions for this year, because we're recording this at the beginning of January 2025, my prediction for this year is LinkedIn is going to be like massive by the end of this year for creators. Like creators should get in now on LinkedIn if they want kind of like an opportunity. I think like in terms of TikTok, like we're in the very early stages and LinkedIn is going to pop off this year. So getting in early for LinkedIn. And second, I think long form content's making a massive comeback. So YouTube is making a huge comeback. People are going to leverage YouTube shorts just because we've been in like a short form video mindset for so many years. But long form YouTube is coming back. And I think podcasts are going to be the secondary long form that's coming back.
Wow. 2 big predictions for 2025.
Yeah, we'll have to check back in.
Here first, that's right.
Between 2 ferns.
Between 2 ferns. We're going to come back January 2026 and we're going to see how you did on your predictions.
Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah. You touched a little bit on payment and how you're being compensated. Talk to us a little bit about how you win those deals without obviously disclosing too much information personally, but how do you win those deals? How do you negotiate with brands? How do you get the deals that you do, get the deals for your clients that you do, and really help the brands understand the value that creators bring? And that's something that we at Creator face on a regular basis is conveying the value that creators bring beyond necessarily just the sale.
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to value, I mean, we are pulling in a lot of stats because it's irrefutable data, like if they have conversions, if they have any data on that, like a lot of times when brands are looking at conversions, yes, we can pull link clicks, but we're also looking at, let's go into their like to know it or their Amazon affiliate account and see like for that brand, how many sales have they driven? Or in general for like the beauty category or the fashion category, like on average, what does their conversion look like on a month-to-month basis. So we're pulling data like that. If they've also done previous partnerships in an affiliate capacity and they've had like a UTM link with a brand or a code with a brand, we're always following up for that data as well. So we can see again, like how are the conversions and how can we use this for future opportunities with other brands when we're trying to justify like, yeah, our creator maybe is a little bit more in this area, or maybe you're like not understanding why it needs to be that rate or why we're trying to negotiate for higher. And we're able to come in with the data and not just say like, no, it's not just like an agency side thing because she's signed to management, right? Or it's not just because we're trying to like, pull a fast one on you or something. Like there's actual data that comes into why we've gotten these numbers, and it's higher than the average conversions in this, community size or for this kind of, level of content, whatever, like it's higher than average. And so, yeah, that's going to require, more compensation. So we're looking at things like that. And then also, it's really interesting. Creator rates are truly the Wild West. I know that there is, a lot of tables out there of, well, if you have X amount of people in your community, then charge this. If you have X amount, charge this. And it's not that those are all absolutely terrible. Some of them actually are pretty terrible, but most of them are like just trying to give somewhat of a baseline that just people can follow, because there isn't a tried and true baseline that really exists as of right now in this space. But my issue with those is that might take into account like your audience size, or how your average engagement, but it doesn't take into account additional things like exclusivity or usage rights or whitelisting or all the like a super fast turnaround time because you want the content tomorrow, and also my firstborn child with it because I don't know why, like you need everything right this second. So things like that, like rush fees, like it's a very busy time of the year. Like we have a couple of girls right now that are expecting they're a kid. And so the timeline in which they have available to make content is a lot more limited. So like just common supply and demand, right? Like that's going to change rates sometimes too. So we're always open to negotiating with brands, and we're always trying to have just like a very honest and transparent conversation and say, listen, this is where we would need to be at. Totally understand if that doesn't work for you, but how could we maybe adjust deliverables to be more, aligned with what you're able to offer budget wise and what she's able to offer content wise. But I think negotiation is just one big conversation, and it is a two-way street. And at the end of the day, like we're always open to being flexible and like having that conversation, as long as brands are willing to do that too and not have unrealistic expectations of what they're going to get based on what their budget is.
Yeah, amazing. Well, I mean, you're a wealth of knowledge and information, and I mean, we could talk all day. I know you have a hard stop. I know you're a busy business person and creator yourself. And one of the things that we wanted to mention is that we've developed a whole masterclass with you that covers this and much more. And we'll share some details with people viewing about that after the summit. If you had to give one piece of advice to an aspiring creator, somebody that's just getting going, what would that one piece of advice be?
Let me get my pen.
Man, that's a good one. I would say to never lose your joy in creating, that we can get very focused on numbers and the business side of things, and all of that is important, and I hope that through this conversation, there are a lot of tangible and actionable items that you take away and that you apply that kind of, build momentum forward for you in your business. But if you're sitting here and you're only ever focusing on the business side and you've kind of lost your joy for creating, it might be time to kind of experiment and explore with different avenues and change things up and kind of find that passion again, because you want to be passionate at the end of the day. You should be enjoying what you're doing and how you're showing up. And so, you can hear all the tips and get all the strategy in the world, but if at the end of the day, you're not finding joy in what you're creating, then that's the biggest audit that I would do. I spent a lot of years continuing to create in areas that I didn't really feel aligned with because it was what other people expected to see from me. And it wasn't until I said, you know what do I actually enjoy and how do I want to show up? And what does authenticity look like for me in this new season as I've grown, even just as an individual, not even as a business person, but as an individual? How have I grown and what do I want to show up and kind of start creating around? And I made a massive pivot 2 years ago, and I have so much more joy creating now. I thought I hated content creation. I didn't hate content creation. I hated the type of content I was creating about. So I think that would be a big, piece of advice, is to find joy. And if you don't have joy, audit why you don't, and don't be afraid to pivot.
Amazing. That's not only great advice for creators, that's just great
Life advice.
in life.
Life advice between two ferns.
Yeah, between two ferns.
Yeah, that's awesome, Julia. We really appreciate your time hanging out with us here and going through this masterclass and talking to all the creators here, viewing through the ClickBank platform. Great speaking with you. And as Rob alluded to, there's a ton more of information that's been created and to a very robust course that we'll be sharing the details with you guys.
Yes,
Thanks,
stay
Julia.
tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Thank you for having me.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much for joining. Really appreciate it. Thanks to the ClickBank team as well for having us. We really appreciate being with all of you.
Our next speaker, Mr. Chris Kubby, is a dynamic force in digital marketing and a sought-after speaker who brings energy and insight to every presentation. As the CEO of Cubco, he's helped global brands transform their marketing strategies to thrive in the digital age. In his info-packed presentation, Chris will share secrets to crafting content that drives engagement and helps you build a successful business. Chris?
Thank you guys for joining. It's so great to be here at ClickBank Summit 2025. Today I want to take you guys on a journey where your passion becomes not just a hobby, but a profitable, scalable brand and business. But before we get to that, my name is Chris Kubby. I'm the CEO of Cubco, our social media agency located in Europe and North America. I'm not only the CEO of the company, I'm also a content creator and influencer, even though I don't particularly like that word. But I think it's kind of appropriate to use in this context because we're all in the game of influencing, right? So now you might be wondering, why the hell should I be listening to this guy, this bearded guy? There's so many of these types of dudes on the internet trying to teach people about marketing. And I agree, it's a pandemic of bearded podcast hosts and marketing gurus out there. So let me give you a little bit of background on who I am and why I'm here. So first of all, a little about my story. I started in marketing at an early age. At 12 years old, I was begging my parents to buy me this book titled 100 Jobs in Advertising. And I read that book cover to cover. I learned about account managers and copywriters, and I was a weird kid. But it was my first taste of my experience in marketing. And as I grew up, I continued that journey. I worked both for agencies and brands, and eventually I ventured into becoming a content creator before that was even a thing. There I am, a very cute 12-year-old, by the way. Nice glasses, nice tie, by the way. So basically creating vlogs and videos and social media content. I just love creating. It wasn't about making money back then. It was about expressing myself and trying to help others with their social media and their business goals. But I realized that that passion alone wasn't enough. I had to learn how to structure my creativity into a system that worked for my life, my goals, and today that's what I'm going to show you guys. So I'm really excited about that. So here's a few things about me, but you can see my content there. So we're talking about taking your passions into profits. And by the end of this session, you'll have the tools, the motivation, and most importantly, the clarity to build your own brand and turn your passions into profit. Ready? Let's go. I want to start with the foundation, the content equation. This formula has guided me for many years. So it's about taking your passion. It's what gives your work the energy, adding your strategy. That's what ensures your content will resonate and serves a purpose. And then adding systems. This is how you make it consistent and scalable and doesn't burn you out so that you can reach your dream state, right? This, I know I've got a Lambo up here, or maybe it's a, I don't know what it is. It's probably a Lambo. So in other words, the things that you want. Maybe you want a Lambo, maybe you want to change your life, but essentially this is your dream state. It could be freedom from your 9-to-5 job, or it could be that beautiful house on the beach, or more time with your family and to take care of your family, whatever it is. When you have these three elements aligned, passion, strategy, and systems, you're not just creating content, you're building a business, you're building your dream state. If these things aren't aligned, you'll find yourself aimless, overwhelmed, and unprofitable, and we don't want that. You don't want that, I don't want that. So I'm going to break down each part of the equation, but first, a little pit stop. Setting goals and expectations, right? So let's start with goals before we get into the breakdown of the content equation, which is going to help you guys. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, goals, okay, I've heard this before, it's way too basic, but stay with me, right? So the reality is, without goals, it's like you're driving without a map. waste time, you waste energy, you waste resources. But I have a weird way of looking at goals that I want to share with you guys today. So when I first started, my goal wasn't to make $1 million or even $5 million. It was simple. Create one piece of valuable content every day. The goal was specific, measurable, and achievable. And guess what? That habit built the foundation for my entire business. Think about what you want to achieve. Is it growing your audience? Is it monetizing your content? Define it and break it down into the milestones that don't overwhelm you. But here's the kicker. You have to expect roadblocks. You're going to get tired. Algorithms will change, sometimes daily, and sometimes your content just won't land. That's okay. Goals are your anchor, not your cage. And then remember this, achieving goals don't just happen. You find nuggets of success along the way. If you're not finding these nuggets, you're probably doing something wrong and you need to fix it. Let's talk about the SMART goal framework. Here's a framework that works for me. You might have heard of SMART goals: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. Specific, what exactly do you want to achieve? Measurable, can you track the progress? Achievable, is it even realistic? Relevant, does it align with your broader goals? And then time-bound, what is the actual deadline? So for example, instead of saying, I want more followers, try this. I want to grow my TikTok audience by 30% in the next 6 months. See the difference? It's clear, it's focused, it's trackable. Take a moment right now, jot down one SMART goal that you can work on after this summit. Make it specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. The next part is building systems for consistency. Let's talk about systems. Passion gives you energy, but systems gives you consistency, and consistency is key if you want to reach your goals. When I started scaling my content, I realized something. I couldn't do it all myself. There simply weren't enough hours in the day, so I had to build systems. First, I created a content calendar, a simple tool that helped me plan ahead. No more scrambling to come up with content ideas last minute, right? Some of you might have experienced that yourself. Then I automated repetitive tasks like tools like scheduling platforms, AI copy assistants. These things have saved me hours, so really use that automation if you can. And then finally, I outsourced. I hired freelancers for tasks like editing, graphic design, and analytics. Sure, those things cost a little bit of money up front, but it freed up my time to focus on what I do best, which is creating. Fiverr is a great place to start when it comes to outsourcing. It's normally pretty cheap, it's pretty good, so I would recommend that. On top of this, I was still running my company. I run an ad agency, and that was getting more and more time consuming. So how many of you are sitting there still doing everything yourself? It's time to let go a little bit and let systems work for you. And I'll be totally honest, there were many times I fell off this wagon, stopped creating content, stopped following the systems I put in place, and guess what? My business suffered, my content suffered, my online presence suffered. So you'd think that spending more time on the business would actually have resulted in better profits or revenue. Nope, that wasn't the case. Content is key to keeping interest high in your products, your services, and of course in you as well. So one of the most significant systems you can put in place is actually time blocking. So if you don't schedule specific times when you're going to be creating content, delegating tasks, reviewing edits, communicating with your audience, you will fail. If you only make content when the mood strikes you, you will fail. So set aside time, use time blocking. You need to build your content creation muscle. It's like a muscle in the gym, right? It needs set aside time to be worked on, to grow, and time to rest. If you approach it like a routine, you will see incredible results. So set aside time in your calendar for content creation and all the things around it, and stick to that schedule. It's okay if you fall off the wagon. We all do, as I did. Just make sure that you get back up quickly. Don't let days slip by. Don't let days slip by. So let's talk about scaling without losing your soul. So here's the challenge. How do you scale your content creation? How do you scale your business activities without losing that authenticity? The answer is balance. Automate the tasks that don't need your personal touch, like scheduling. but always stay connected to your audience. Reply to comments, share stories, be human. Remember, people follow people, not robots. So stick to that. On top of that, you need to remember to take breaks. But here's the challenge: how do you scale without losing that authenticity? This is something that I've wrestled with personally. When you start automating and outsourcing, there's always the risk of becoming too detached. Suddenly, the content that once felt personal can start to feel corporate. So how do you avoid that? Let's break this into actionable steps for you. 1, keep your voice consistent. No matter how many people or tools you involve, your voice needs to shine through. Whether it's a tweet, a TikTok, a newsletter, your audience still should feel like it's you talking to them. To do this, I really recommend you create what's called a voice guide. Think of it as your content Bible. It includes the words and phrases you always use, your tone preference. Are you formal? Are you witty? Are you conversational? Right? It also should include the values that should come across in every piece of content. Right? Share this guide with your team or the freelancers that you work with so they're clear on how to represent your brand. And don't just hand it off and disappear. Review drafts of content, review drafts of work, add personal touches before hitting publish. This has saved me so many times of putting out stuff that just didn't make the mark. I really, really recommend you make sure you approve every single thing and add your personal touch. Number 2, show up regularly. Automation is great, but nothing replaces you showing up. Post a video of yourself talking to your audience, reply to your comments and DMs, jump on live streams every now and then, or if you're a big time live streamer, do that more and more often if you love doing that. For example, I might schedule a week of posts, but I always make time to personally engage with the comments on those posts. That's where the real connections happen. Quick question, how many of you are actually replying to DMs or comments right now? If you're not, you're leaving connection and loyalty on the table. So make sure that you're connecting with the people that are trying to engage with you. It's like somebody's talking to you and you're just completely stonewalling them. Don't be that guy. Don't be that girl. Number 3, build a feedback loop with your audience. Scaling doesn't mean dictating from the top down. Make your audience part of the journey. Ask them questions. What do you want to see more of? What challenges are you facing? Polls, Q&A boxes, and direct messages aren't just engagement tactics. They're gold mines for content ideas. Use those gold mines. The best part, when your audience sees you responding to their needs, they feel valued. And when they feel valued, they stick with you. So really engage. Build that feedback loop. Next is be transparent. I love this little trust fall action there. Scaling sometimes requires tough decisions like outsourcing or automating parts of your work, but be open about this with your audience. For example, I'm so grateful for the growth this community has seen. To keep bringing value, I've brought on some amazing people to help with the editing and the posting, but don't worry, every post you see from me is still me at the core. So transparency builds that trust. Trust builds loyalty. So be transparent with it. Next, prioritize storytelling over perfection. Another common pitfall when scaling is focusing too much on polished, perfect content. Yes, quality matters, and more than ever, but what matters more? The story. Your audience doesn't need you to be perfect, they need you to be relatable. Show them the messy middle is what we call it. Share the oops moments, share the F-ups. That's what keeps them coming back, right? One time I posted a behind the scenes video of me completely messing up a script. My audience loved it. They commented things like, I'm glad I'm not the only one and that video built more trust than any polished piece of content could. So I really recommend the messy middle. Go for it. Next, you got to tell stories, right? The power of stories really matters. Think about it. From the time we were kids, we were captivated by stories. Stories engage us on a deep, deep level because they make us feel something. You got to make people feel something. So when you tell a story, your audience isn't just watching or listening. They're imagining themselves in your shoes. They're connecting to the emotions you're sharing. So don't leave that part out. And the best part about storytelling is the story doesn't have to be perfect to be powerful. In fact, it's kind of the imperfect stories that are the ones that often stick with us. But there's been a massive shift in how stories are told, and I'm going to show you guys what that shift is here. TikTok has actually completely reshaped storytelling by prioritizing instant engagement. In a world of like endless scrolling, you can't afford to build suspense slowly anymore. Instead, you need to tease the end result up front, give people a reason to stick around. Think of it like this: instead of saying, I learned something amazing today, you say, here's how I tripled my engagement in 1 week. This hooks the audience with the payoff right from the start. And on social media, your audience needs to know what's in it for them before they commit even 15 seconds to your story, or even like 2 seconds to your story, right? So you gotta have that up front. Now, when it comes to compelling storytelling, I already told you, share the messy middle. People love to see the journey, not just the destination. If all you ever share is the polished end result, it feels unattainable. Instead, show them the messy middle, the moments when things weren't going according to plan. You know, we all had that. This vulnerability makes your audience root for you. You want that. Think of all the heroes' journeys that you've seen where the hero is perfect from the beginning. It doesn't work, right? So here's how you have to apply that. Document your process even when it's not going smoothly. Turn mistakes into teachable moments. Add captions or voiceovers to explain what went wrong and what you learned. Number 2, I already mentioned the hero's journey, but use the hero's journey framework. Every great story has a hero. And guess what? In your story, that hero is you or your audience. So really use this. The hero's journey framework works because it's basically universal. It goes like this, if you don't know it. The hero faces a challenge, they struggle and learn, they overcome, and they grow. And when you share your journey using this structure, it actually pulls people in. They see themselves in your struggles and they cheer for your successes. So for example, when I first started scaling my content, I felt completely overwhelmed. There were days when I'd stare at my to-do list and think, there's no way I can keep up. But instead of quitting, I found small ways to simplify. Your audience doesn't want you to be a superhero. They want you to be a human. They want you to be like them, just slightly better. So here's how you can apply it. Identify a challenge you faced and overcome. Share that struggle honestly with them, but end with a solution or an insight that they can use. Keep it real. Don't sugarcoat the tough parts. And number 3, make it about them. Here's the golden rule about storytelling. It's not really about you. It's about how your story can inspire, teach, or connect with your audience. For example, if you're sharing a story about a mistake you made, frame it like this. Here's what I learned so you don't have to go through the same thing. Or if you're sharing a success story, say, if I can do this, you can too. Let me show you how. People love that stuff. Every story should give your audience something, whether that's knowledge, encouragement, or just a laugh. So here's how you can apply that. End every story with a takeaway for your audience. Use phrases like, have you ever felt this way, to invite them into the narrative, or have you ever felt this way as well. Create polls or prompts to let them share their own stories in response as well. That really helps. Keep it short and focused. Not every story needs to be an epic saga. In fact, some of the most impactful stories are short and sweet. Editing is your friend, as the guys behind the camera here know. For example, one time I shared a quick Instagram post about a client pitch that we completely flopped. I simply wrote, we blew it, totally bombed the pitch, but here's the thing. We learn more from that failure than we ever could have from success. Here's what we're doing different next time. That post took 10 minutes to write, but it resonated deeply. Why? Because it was honest, it was real, and it taught something valuable in just a few sentences. So here's how you can apply that. Focus on one moment or lesson per story. Trim the fluff, stick to just the facts, just what matters. Don't try to pile in a bunch of other stuff. Use visuals and captions, of course, to enhance that impact. Next tip for storytelling, inject humor and personality into your stories. Stories don't have to be all serious. Humor is such a powerful tool. In my agency, we say humor is 100% more humorous. And that's completely true, right? Once I shared a story about accidentally sending a draft tweet instead of the final version, right? I think we've all probably done this, sent something out that was not done. And it was full of typos and absolutely made no sense. Instead of panicking, I laughed it off and turned it into a funny Instagram story. The result is my audience got a good laugh and it reminded them that even professionals make mistakes. So don't be afraid to poke fun at yourself. It makes you relatable and approachable. So here's how you can apply it. Share funny or awkward moments from your journey. Use self-deprecating humor sparingly. It shows your humility without undermining your credibility, but don't go too far. You still want to be the hero, not the goofy sidekick. Add GIFs, memes, or playful captions to lighten the mood. Remember, your audience doesn't need you to be perfect, they need you to be relatable. Stories that show your humanity, your challenges, your growth, are what people keep coming back for. They inspire trust, loyalty, and connection. So keep that going. So the next time you're tempted to edit out all the imperfections, don't. Leave them in. Embrace them, because the imperfections are where the magic happens. So a little homework for you. What's one imperfect story you could share today? Think about it and then share it. You might be surprised by the response. Okay, now stay grounded in your why. At the end of the day, scaling is about impact, but never forget why you started in the first place. What's the core mission behind your content? You might know Simon Sinek's Start With Why. Many parts of it I don't like, and you can see a video I made about it on my YouTube channel where I kind of break it down. But there's one thing that I do like, and it's about finding your core reason. So for me, it's storytelling, helping people find their voice and growing their brand. And whenever I feel a little overwhelmed, maybe disconnected, I revisit that mission and it recenters me. So think about your why, write it down, keep it somewhere visible, print it on a poster, and hang it on your wall. This is not my wall, this is AI, but it could be my wall. Because your why is your North Star. It'll guide you when things are hectic and tough. So scaling doesn't mean losing your soul. It's about finding that balance between efficiency, connection, between automation, and also authenticity. If you can stay true to your voice, involve your audience, and ground yourself in your mission, you'll grow in a way that feels right, not robotic. What's one thing you can start doing today to scale while staying authentic? Write it down. Let's commit to keeping the soul in scaling. Now let's dive into some content trends for 2025 that I wanted to share with you guys so you can start making great content. What works in 2025? Of course, short form video, you cannot escape that. Interactive content, and of course, community-driven storytelling. Let's talk a little bit about short form video. TikTok, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts are dominating attention spans. Why? Because they're quick, engaging, algorithmic friendly, but here's the trick, don't just follow the trends and jump on them, because you want to be able to bring value still, but you need to do it in a relatable way that creates sales. And I call this the life leadership method. I know this sounds counterintuitive, but don't just educate your audience like I'm doing now. Sorry, do what I say, not what I do. I'm that kind of leader. Share content about you, the places, the people, the passions in your life. Share content about your unique ways of doing things and why those are the best ways, and give your audience an identity to aspire to. This is the life leadership model. Now, next, interactive content. This is where your audience becomes part of the narrative. Use polls, Q&A, and challenges to engage your community. One of my favorite tactics is crowdsourcing ideas from my followers. And it gives them a sense of ownership and loyalty. So really work on that. Finally, community-driven content. Today's audiences don't want to just consume, they actually want to belong to something. So give them a space to connect, share behind-the-scenes moments, highlight your fans. When your audience feels seen, they stick around. So what's one trend you've been curious about but haven't tried yet? Write it down, schedule it on your calendar that we talked about so you can take action on it after this session. Some do's and don'ts of content creation. So let me simplify content creation with some quick do's and don'ts. Do, focus on what your audience cares about, not just what you want to share. Stay authentic. Your unique voice is your superpower in content creation. Experiment. Some of the best content ideas come from trying something new. Don't chase every trend blindly. It can confuse your brand identity. How many times have you seen people that just get into every single trend and you don't know what they stand for? Don't also overthink production quality. Sometimes raw and real outperforms polished and perfect. Yes, content is getting more and more cinematic and overly produced, but I still see selfie style videos dominating. Don't let the algorithms dictate your creativity. Algorithms are tools, not rules. Every successful creator I know embraces these principles? Are you ready to commit to them? So we've talked a lot about the equation here, and I'm leaving with the last part of it. So do what you love. Let's talk about the heart of it all, passion. I wanted to share the most important part with you here. Without passion, content creation can feel like a grind. But when you align your work with what you love, everything changes. For me, my passion has always been storytelling, like I mentioned before, whether it's through a viral video or a simple tweet. I'm driven by the joy of just connecting with people and, of course, telling those stories. So think about what you love doing. Is it cigars? Here, there's a picture of me smoking cigars. I happen to love cigars. And that's why I bring it up. Is it dog care? Is it art? Is it movies? Is it golf? Is it family activities? What is it that you love? Lean into that. Passion will give you energy, and that passion is infectious. So don't just find something that earns you money. This will not attract your audience because it won't be real. But here's the key. Passion doesn't mean ignoring strategy. It means using strategy to amplify what you love. When you align your passion with your goals, the results are magical. So right now, write down your number one passion. What are you most passionate about? How to monetize this audience and your social media presence, right? So now let's talk about turning your followers into dollars. Growing an audience is one thing, but creating revenue streams from that audience, that's where you can really change your life. But here's the reality. Having 10,000 highly engaged followers is way more valuable than 100,000 who don't give a crap. Why? Because monetization isn't about numbers, it's about relationships. The deeper the trust between you and your audience, the easier it is for you to create offers that they actually want to buy. So you need to know, first and foremost, you understand your audience's needs. The first step in monetization is actually understanding your audience's pain points, their desires, their interests. Why do they follow you? What problems are they trying to solve? And here's how you find it out. So engage with their comments and DMs. Listen to what they're asking for. Run polls, surveys, and gather insights directly. And analyze your most popular posts to see actually what is resonating the most. For example, if you're a fitness creator and your audience is constantly asking for meal plans, there's your monetization opportunity. Create a downloadable guide or subscription service that solves their problems. Now, diversify your revenue streams. Relying on just one income source is super risky. Instead, think of your social media as a hub with multiple revenue streams. Here are some of the most effective ways to monetize. Number one, or A, sponsored content. Partner with brands that align with your niche. This is really important. Keep your sponsored posts authentic. Your audience can tell if you're just cashing in, right? For example, a travel influencer partnering with a sustainable luggage brand just makes sense, right? Do stuff that makes sense. Affiliate marketing, ClickBank, yeah. Share products or services you genuinely use and love, earning a commission on every sale, right? It's really important you find stuff that aligns. C, digital products, so create and sell ebooks, courses, or templates based on your expertise. These can be a great thing. So for example, a photographer selling Lightroom presets or a content creator offering a TikTok growth course. These things can fuel your revenue. Physical products or merch. Develop branded products that your audience will love. I don't recommend this until you're big, but a creator launching a line of apparel with their catchphrase or designs. You can do these so easy nowadays with different print companies. So I recommend that, but only for the, when you get to a certain level. E, memberships or subscriptions. So offer exclusive content through platforms like Patreon or YouTube memberships or subscriptions on all the platforms now I think have subscriptions basically. So for example, you can offer behind the scenes videos, monthly live Q&A sessions, or personalized advice. And F, events or workshops. Host in-person or virtual events, teaching your audience something valuable or letting them see a little bit behind the scenes. For example, a cooking influencer hosting live cooking classes. That could be really nice. And then we got G, paid communities. So create private groups where members pay for exclusive access to you or other benefits. For example, a career coach creating a paid Slack group for job seekers to network and share resources could work really well. But here's the thing, right? You have to sell without being salesy. One of the biggest fears creators have is coming off as salesy. Here's how to avoid that. Focus on value, right? Always lead with benefit to your audience. Instead of saying, buy my course, say, Here's how my course can save you hours of frustration. Be transparent. Let your audience know why you're promoting something. Authenticity builds trust. For example, I partner with this brand because I use their products daily and I love them. So blend promotion with storytelling as well. Like instead of making a hard sell, weave your product into a relatable story. For example, a wellness influencer could say, I used to feel exhausted every afternoon until I started using X supplement, right? Tell them about what you're using, tell them what you're doing. Next up, build a funnel to capture leads. So monetization doesn't always happen directly on social media. It often starts there and ends somewhere else, right? So this is where your sales funnel comes in. And here's a basic structure. I mean, this is such old marketing, but attract, so use your social media to hook people in. This could be a viral post, this could be a number of posts, helpful video, or a valuable free resource. Capture, so direct your audience to an email list or landing page to collect their contact information. You want to start to own your list. Offer them something in exchange, like a free ebook, a template, a webinar, whatever that is. So conversion, right? Once they're in your ecosystem, nurture them with value-packed emails or additional free content before introducing your paid offer. Why does this work? Because email lists or other owned platforms give you much more control, right? Unlike social media algorithms, no one can take away your email list. Yes, you can lose subscribers, but that's for everything. Now, engage. Monetization doesn't just happen because you have a great product or great partnerships. It happens because your audience feels connected to you. So make sure, I mentioned this before, reply to comments and DMs, right? The more personal your interactions are, the more trust you build and the more you can monetize that. Ask for feedback. Show your audience you care about their opinions, especially when you're creating new products, especially when you're starting to try to monetize it, right? You really need to see what's working and what's not. Show gratitude. Publicly thank your supporters or highlight testimonials of them using your product. This connection makes people more likely to support you when you launch something new, and you probably will. Stay consistent in your content creation. It's the foundation of your trust and visibility. Remember, relationships are long-term investments. The more you nurture them, the stronger they grow. So monetizing your social media presence isn't just about making money. It's about creating value for your audience when you're aligning your passions, your expertise, and when it's done right, it's not just profitable, it's actually super meaningful. So ask yourself, what does your audience need right now? How can you meet that need in a way that feels authentic to you and to them? The opportunities are endless. You just need to take the first step, but you have to remember, this takes time. You're not going to be a millionaire tomorrow. The formula for success, right? We've covered a lot today. Setting goals, building systems, understanding trends, staying true to your passion. Let's kind of try to bring it all together, right? This is the formula. Passion plus strategy plus systems equals your dream state. It's not going to be easy. It takes time, effort, and consistency. But if you commit to this formula, you'll build something extraordinary, something that aligns with your values and serves your audience. Now it's time for the action. What's one step you'll take today after the summit, not now because I want you to keep watching, to move closer to your goals? Write it down. Commit to it, because success doesn't happen tomorrow, but it starts today. And your story matters. Your passion matters. Don't let doubt, fear, and these algorithms hold you back. And if you're ready to take the next step, connect with me. Let's continue this journey together. So, thank you from me. Thank you for your time, your energy, your curiosity, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Adios, amigos.
Chris, thank you so much, first and foremost, for that incredible presentation.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Not only was it authentic content, I just feel like it was authentically delivered.
Thanks.
Yeah, you
great.
just brought a lot of genuine information
I love that.
in an honest way. So I really enjoyed it. We've got some questions from the chat and some just kind of general commentary. I think a lot of times what we see with new affiliates is, oh, hey, it's my job just to basically pick an offer and get it in front of somebody. Whether it's like my owned audience or maybe it's through paid on social.
Yeah.
But I kind of wondered if you just talk a little bit about how the journey, the storytelling methods you just described can kind of lead to successful affiliate marketing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's obviously room for both. There's some that are just about the traffic and doing that and doing great paid media, and that's definitely like one side of the industry, right? But then you do see this other side where you have authentic people, you have influencers, creators that are able to build a more, I would say, loyal audience.
Yeah.
That are really like niche down in a specific thing. And there's room for that, right? So it all depends on what you want to do and how do you want to build your own personal brand. Maybe you're not that great in front of the camera. Maybe you're shy. Maybe you don't want to be that front, face of the company or the brand, right? And that's okay too. But for those that really want to get out there, show their personal brand, because that also can translate into other things, right? You see, personal brands being able to do a drink brand in the future, but then they move to boxing, or they go to this, or they go to that, right? So there's also maybe a little bit of that you can carry on through your life and build the life that you want, but it all depends on what you want.
Yeah, and I guess, whether you're kind of, that long-term benefit of a loyal audience that's going to keep returning to you. And the other thing I like that you talked about and kind of came up was that affiliate marketing doesn't have to be the entirety of your portfolio.
No.
To your point, it can be one portion of this broader strategy, which I thought was a good point.
Yeah, I think people should use all the tools that are available to them, right? Because there is so much opportunity to get into all of that.
Yeah.
And it just depends on your audience, depends on you, depends on what you want to do. But I do definitely think that a lot of creators are unfortunately leaving a lot of money on the table, a lot of opportunity on the table, because they're not necessarily dipping enough into affiliate marketing. And maybe they're not doing it the right way. Maybe they're offering things that don't fit with their brand, don't fit with their audience, and then they try it and they're like, it didn't really work for me.
Right.
Well, it's probably you didn't necessarily do it right.
Go a little deeper.
Yeah, exactly right. So I do think there's lots of creators, lots of people that can get into affiliate marketing amongst tons of different revenue streams, right?
Yeah. Well, and that's one thing. Last thing, I guess, because I want to honor your time. But another thing that came up a few times that I just thought was you'd have some good insight on. So you've been spending time building an authentic relationship with your audience. You've got a loyal and trusted following. You want to kind of begin promoting to them, maybe through an affiliate offer. What signal do you look for to kind of know if you've over promoted, so that you don't accidentally begin to lose followers or trust?
It's funny, I think there's some instinct that we all have a little bit about this. So before you do it, you might even have that little cringiness in you. You're
just the gut.
Yeah, it's a little bit of gut feeling ooh, this ain't gonna go well, right? But beyond that, I mean, data is such a great smoke signal for is this working or not? And I think if you're building an authentic community and you've got super fans, I think use them. Go out to them, say, hey, look, I'm looking at maybe doing this or that.
Right.
What do you think of this? You think the community is going to accept this? You think, and they'll love that. You're basically bringing them in the inner circle. So really use those people as your canary in the coal mine and sort of figure out, is this working? Will this work? But yeah, I
love that. Yeah,
there is that time. You can feel it, almost.
You're on the edge.
Yeah, exactly. And it didn't really land. But I mean, some of the biggest influencers can get away with it, and they sort of it's a blip
Absorb
on the screen.
it.
And they get, but for this weaker humans, we can't. So
without
we
such
just
a
have
big
to be
force
a little more
field.
careful.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah.
No worries.
Outstanding advice. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you
if you're
so
not
much.
already following Mr. Chris Kubby on social, please do so. We'll put that information up on the screen.
Find
Chris,
me.
Thank you again, man,
Thank
for
you.
being here. Really
Take care.
appreciate
Yeah, it was really
You too.
great. Yeah. Cheers. Bye.
Last, but certainly not least, I'm privileged to introduce our final speaker for the summit, Mr. Peter Kell. As the founder of Genius AI and a partner at mindvalley.com, Peter has generated over $100 million in sales throughout his career. His expertise lies in creating high-converting video sales letters, or VSLs, and leveraging AI for marketing automation. I won't give away too much, but in this closing session, Peter's about to introduce you to Ember, a revolutionary AI platform created with ClickBank to take your affiliate marketing business to the next level. This is one live demo you do not want to miss.
I couldn't be more excited to be here. I mean, affiliates, I love affiliates. I love you guys so much. If there's one promise I can make today, is I'm going to introduce you to a new technology, a new tool that is going to absolutely revolutionize your ability to sell online. Whether you do it with ClickBank or not, I'm going to teach you some secret AI tricks that have taken me a decade to learn, that are going to make you just up to speed so quickly no matter what you have to sell. I don't care where you are right now. I know my introduction is super cool. I've been all a bunch of sales, all that kind of stuff. But listen, I started in my parents' basement 13 years ago. If I could just tell you the quick little story on how we got here, and then I'm going to go into this demo, I want you to know, no matter where you are, I have been in a similar situation like that. I got started online because I was a young skateboarder who just gave up on my job of being a skateboarder because I knew I was going to be sleeping on floors for the rest of my life. So I had to move back into my parents' basement, and they lived in the middle of nowhere. And I was depressed, and I was sad, and I felt like my life was being wasted away for nothing. And in that basement, though, I luckily enough had a dad who had a small online marketing business and was addicted to buying how to make money courses online on the internet, if you've ever tried that before. And he would send me these courses over and over and over again, and I would start to go through them. And a lot of these things were so beautiful because they would be like, yo, sign up to ClickBank. 13 years ago, they were telling me to sign up to ClickBank, do affiliate marketing. It's so much easier than starting your own e-commerce business, doing all this stuff. It's very simple. You just have to make videos that inspire people to buy the product, inspire them to watch the video on the next page. And during this, I discovered this idea of financial freedom, right? Of creating freedom in your life so that you can create the most beautiful life you could ever imagine. For me, if I could just figure out how to make $100 a day on the internet, that would be enough to move out of my parents' basement and go live in San Diego by the beach and just go surfing and skateboarding all the time. It was a beautiful vision. And eventually I realized that's what I'm going to do. And that is how I want to commit this chapter of my life. If I'm in this basement, if I'm struggling, if I'm going through hard times, I'm going to use it for a reason. I'm going to go for something that's important for me. I want to go for a purpose kind of like in my soul. And that's what I want you to be thinking about. I want to think about what is your purpose. If you were able to get some sort of financial freedom, some sort of way to get out of your situation into a beautiful situation, what would that look like? 2025 is about to hit. So now's a good time to start thinking about what would be the most amazing life you could create in 2025. In the tool I want to show you, the tool that we just got built for ClickBank, is going to help you do that because skills pay the bills. There's a certain amount of skills that you could learn that if you learn these skills, you could start to generate an income online. I used to be really good at Guitar Hero, but unfortunately all that got me was a bunch of points that were worth nothing. I was like, man, if I could figure out this affiliate marketing thing, that could get me a bunch of points that were, let me live by the beach and go surfing and skateboarding all the time. That's super cool. So I just committed myself. I went on this mission and it wasn't easy. It was 4 painful years struggling over and over again, 7 failed businesses in a row until I finally got to the point where I had to find a mentor, right? I realized that I'm not really too good at this kind of business thing. I can't tell you how many times I fell off the cliff, and I could go really deep into some rock bottom hairball stories of software companies failing, clients overdosing and dying, and me just being kind of stranded in situations where the business fails again. I know what it's like, but when you kind of get a calling inside your soul, I'll tell you what, we got to make sure you blossom in the way you're kind of meant to blossom. So I went on this mission, and by the grace of God, I eventually got to a point where I got a media buying job, and I started learning affiliate marketing. I learned how to do Facebook ads, and I learned how to do YouTube ads. And then during that process, I got linked up with some mentors. And this is where life really started to take off for me. I got blessed enough to be around some of the biggest Facebook marketers, affiliate marketers in the world. Hardcore affiliates who were spending huge amounts of money every single day. And I was like, bro, if you guys teach me everything you know, I'd love to sleep on your couch and learn and soak everything up because I was so committed to creating this life. And eventually I got them to say yes. So pretty quickly my life took off right after that. And then just like somebody putting on weights at the gym, they would just make me try spending more and more and more money, and I would just start to build this skill set. And soon, very quickly, I realized that the number one most important skill I could have to make money on the internet was actually, how do I make a video that inspires somebody to watch the product? I mean, eventually we got into video sales letters. That was kind of it. How do you make a video that inspires somebody to watch a product? How do you get the copy written? How do you get the angle written? You already know how to find the products. ClickBank has all of them. Eventually we realized that video sales letters were the way to go. So I committed my life to the art of the VSL. That was the one skill. Because Facebook, they study everything about everybody. YouTube knows everything about everybody. They got 1 million data points on everybody. Media buying isn't too big of a challenge. Advertising isn't too big of a challenge. Targeting's not too big of a challenge. It's always, what can I upload to the platforms? What can I post that can inspire people to pay attention, click my link, and watch the video on the next page? And that was it. And through this skill set for the next like 3 years, I did nothing but make videos that sold products on the internet. And I started building the skill. And it was not an easy skill. I had to hire the inventor of the video sales letter, John Benson, as my mentor. And eventually he liked the campaigns. He liked working with each other. So I was blessed enough to have this guy come in and teach me for a year. We partnered and we just made VSLs all day long. So I was on a hardcore mission of just finding the secrets, the secret wisdom on the books, in the courses, in the mentors, everything I could possibly find to create this business. And after I got so good at selling affiliate products, I just made my own skincare brand. And lucky enough, we had a crazy win streak where that thing just blew up. We went 0 to $40 million in sales. That was my first kind of big recognized moment where a lot of people in the industry know me from, was just this whirlwind of good luck that kind of happened that created a VSL and a campaign that just blew up. And then I became a partner in Mindvalley, and my career really took off from then. But here's where things started to change in a way that's going to help you, a way that could really change your life, in a way that will change everything about how you sell products for the rest of your life. I know that's a big claim, but it's not big. AI is here. You know it's here. Do you feel like you've been using it to the level of its capabilities? What if there was an AI that was already trained on everything you had to sell and could help you do all of this heavy lifting? There's a lot of really cool secrets, and we're going to dive into it in this demo. I'm so excited about this. So let me just continue this story. I was blessed enough, and I had a big turning point when one of my ads for Mindvalley, who's like a 9-figure personal development campaign, literally became the biggest YouTube ad in the world. Right? It was number one. And that was my kind of dream my whole life and my whole career. I had mentors that were like, don't make a course, just be the best, just do better, don't make courses or whatever. But then when I had this campaign that was the best, I was like, I don't really know where to go from here. I was kind of like, do I keep just doing this for the rest of my life? And then I had and then I read in a book by Conversation with God. It was Neil Donald Walsh. He's like, oh, the master is not the one who's the best in the world. The master is the one who creates the most masters. And I was like, boom, that's kind of cool. I can just go on this other side quest or this side mission of, instead of just being the best at making videos, why don't I go on a mission to start helping other people be the best at making videos, be the best at affiliate? How would I just scale my skills to other people? So I did the first thing I thought was a good idea, which was download everything I could into my own program. I made a course called the VSL Masterclass. It was like, I was at the peak of my skill set. I was on the most fire, so I recorded everything and taught everything that I learned. And it was $16,000 when I launched this thing. And I had all the biggest guys in the room come inside of here, acquisition.com, Tony Robbins, all these huge guys joined my team. But there were so many younger guys who obviously couldn't afford these crazy prices to come in and kind of learn from me. So I ended up dropping the price. And that's where I really got hit with the struggle, right? Back to the struggle of the beginners, because I had just been hanging out with backdoor kind of people the whole time. And I let these guys in and I'm teaching them. And then I realized, gosh dang it, video sales letters are really challenging. Like I could teach you, you could watch a ton of videos on how to play the piano, but until you're practicing the piano, it's going to be a struggle. And it doesn't really matter how good my video on playing the piano is. It's kind of a struggle to play the piano at the beginning, if you know what I'm saying. So very quickly I realized, after one student came to me all excited that he made a script, and I'm like, how long did it take you to write this 5-minute script? He's like, it took me 2 weeks. I'm like, 2 weeks to write a script for an ad? Bro, we got to move way faster than that. This isn't working. So I'm like, I wonder if AI can help this. I wonder if AI can help you make ads, because it was really interesting. My whole career and what worked for me, and one thing I want you to take away from this is, what works for me was finding the biggest campaigns on the internet and reverse engineering them. I used to study books all the time until I found spy tools, and a mentor told me, books are telling you what to do and spy tools are showing you what's working, right? It's like, I'm going to tell you all the secrets without telling you anything. I'm just going to show you all the secrets, right? So I would wake up for Cheerios every single day. I'd wake up and I'd find the biggest campaigns on the internet and I'd study them and I'd break down scene by scene and chapter by chapter to see how it works. And I began to reverse engineer all of these ads. And that's kind of how I learned this thing. So I was like, man, I wonder if AI can do that. I wonder if I could train an AI on all the biggest campaigns in the world, and so that anybody and all my students could start selling products really easily. So that's what we did. We started with ChatGPT, the basic thing. And then after a few months of prompt engineering, realized that one VSL script, for you to get a script, was like 7 pages prompt. And it was you had to do all sorts of different weird copy-pasty stuff kind of to get this thing to work. And I had like 30, 40 VSL scripts. So next thing I knew, my Word document was like 250 pages long. It was not easy. Like the prompt engineering on this was insane. So we launched I decided, let's build an AI company. Let's get into this, right? Let's start being an AI product creator and start helping other people and make it really easy for them. So we launched VSL.ai, which was amazing. We built this AI, we trained it on all the biggest campaigns in the world, and we launched it with my community. And it was crazy. A bunch of people signed up. And then I met a neighbor, and this was a big tipping point. Because one of my big blocks was I couldn't afford ads. That was kind of my big roadblock my whole career. So I was forced to do organic traffic. I met a neighbor who had a big sales team, and they did only organic stuff. This was really interesting. They didn't do ads. They just needed to build a brand personally and build a following and get more people to follow them and like them. So we're like, hey, I wonder if we can create this version for people who can't afford paid ads and they can only do free traffic, like TikTok, like Instagram, like Facebook. And I wonder if we can build an AI that can make it easy for them to know their brand. So we began doing that. And we pivoted the name to Genius.ai and began to put these two things together. So a tool that could specifically know about you and know how to do free traffic, organic stuff for you, and then also paid ads inside of this. And we began building that for the next year and a half. And finally, we came across ClickBank one day and we're like, hey, this is really cool. And we put together a deal and we decided to launch a specific version of this after years of development. VSL.ai and ClickBank and Genius.ai come together to build a brand new product that is specifically just made for ClickBank affiliates that can make it so much easier for you to sell your products and will completely revolutionize exactly how you sell anything, because the secrets that I have learned in AI will make your life 10 times easier, 1,000%. I want you to imagine having an assistant that basically read every single book on the internet and can work at lightning speed and is like very inexpensive, very affordable. It can do so much work for you. So thanks for listening to my story, my quick introduction. I used to be a real struggling skateboarder that was trapped in my parents' basement, and I've gone on to do over $100 million in sales and transform my life and basically create my dream life, which is what I want for you. I want you to think about what is the most amazing life you could create in 2025, and how can you use this tool to help you get there? So enough of the hype. Let's dive into the demo right now. Let's do it. This is it. Introducing Ember. This is going to be the ultimate affiliate marketing assistant that is going to help make your life as an affiliate marketer so much easier, especially if you sell ClickBank products. It's going to make your life so much easier, especially if you do paid traffic, especially if you do organic traffic. Especially if you just are in business in general and need to sell products in general. You're able to sell any product you have inside of this tool, and it's going to make life so much easier. Almost like having the world's best marketer built into an AI on your team helping you 24/7. I'm going to show you exactly how to do it and exactly how you can use this to, potentially make more money on the internet and be a better affiliate marketer and help create the life of your dreams. So let's dive into it. Introducing Ember. This is a specific version that we've been painting the picture of that is going to take the world by storm, especially in the affiliate marketing. We have so many ideas to continually reiterate this and grow it to becoming just the de facto most amazing tool that affiliate marketers can use. So let's dive into it really quick and show you how it's different than any other AI tool you've ever seen in the past. The first thing that makes this unique, right? Actually, let's just dive in the first thing right here. The first thing that makes this unique is that Ember is trained on all of ClickBank's products, which is super, super amazing. So any products that you have on ClickBank, it already knows everything about it. Instead of having to go in and study exactly, like I'll go into the Pineal Guardian really quick. Before, if I was an affiliate marketer and I was a copywriter, I'd have to figure out who's this for? What pain points do they have, right? You have to really study. What's the promise? What's the unique mechanism? How does this all work? Well, guess what? Anything you could possibly even think about with any product is pre-trained on the AI, all the way down to the testimonials, all the way down to everything. So this AI knows everything about what you have to sell. You don't have to dive in and do countless hours of research anymore. I know how that feels. You don't have to do it. Also, making a product is super, super easy. Whether you want to sell ClickBank products or you want to sell something else, all you have to do is come in here, click Add New Product, and we've got a couple of different ways. One, you can just paste in the sales page, the URL, and our AI will scan the URL, and it will train itself on everything that you have to sell. Or you have another option, which is go back, you can copy and paste. So if you have a big block of text on your website, you just paste it into here and the AI will be trained on it and saved on it. So now you can use this to sell anything using all the features I'm about to show you in a minute. The second thing that makes this super unique and super special is It's trained on you. This is huge if you're into organic. If you want to do direct response and you want to have it in your tone of voice, or if you want to have it more direct response style, you can. You don't have to use it like this, but we give you the option to train it on everything about you, your goals, your values, your family, and how you speak. So we begin by training an AI that knows exactly how you speak, your goals. So if you're doing brand building and you want to grow yourself and you want AI to help tell you what you should post to grow your following, make new friends, make new fans, and inspire more people to click your links, Genius can help you do that. We can also do that with your business too. So you can use this, you don't have to use this, but this is a special thing because we're going to combine all of this into helping make selling all of your products really, really easy. So let's dive straight into it, because as soon as you log in, you get to take the personality test, and it's already trained on all your products. So let's go in. Let's say I want to sell the peanut. Let's say I want to sell Honeyburn, for example, right? If an affiliate has one job, we all have one job, right? We have to make a video or a piece of content that inspires somebody to pay attention, click my link, and watch the video on the next page, right? Most of ClickBank's offers are video sales letters, which means they're professionally made videos that are made by copywriters that charge $100,000 to make this video, to edit everything together, and you don't have to build that. All you have to do is inspire people to watch it, and that is like having the greatest salesman on earth selling for you, because if you get someone to watch it and they buy, you get paid. That's why affiliate marketing is so great. It's no overhead. It's just you trying to inspire people to watch the video, and if they watch to the end and purchase, you get paid. So let me show you how we're able to help you do that. Make content that gets people to watch this video. Super cool. So first, step one, select your product. We're going to sell Honeyburn. Step two, select the call to action. I want someone to click the link and watch the video. If you're doing Instagram, you can be like, DM me to click the link to read the text sales letter. So let's say we want to click the link to watch the video. And then we've got this super cool choose your angle. So after doing this for 6-7 years, I found out that basically there's 6 different ways you can inspire people to click a link and watch a video. There's value angles, there's fear angles, which is what I'm showing you now, which is like, hey, in this case, are you ignoring lower energy levels? Are you feeling constantly fatigued? So that's something we're talking about. Are you overlooking the root enzyme deficiency? Are you overlooking the real root of your weight struggles? Low lipase levels might be the hidden reason. So this is kind of an interesting angle. So it's giving me a bunch of different angle ideas. If I want to do benefit angles, which are other different ways we can make videos, Ember is coming up with all these different ways to do it. Like here's experience unlimited joy and energy. This is a cool angle that I can talk about that's like a benefit. Rediscover confidence. Let's go to new discovery. So really quickly, before you'd have to sit down with a Google document and just brainstorm. What are all the different ways I can inspire people to pay attention and like watch this? But now with Ember, it's so easy, it's so effortless, it's right in front of my eyes. We even have this beautiful little piece that's telling you exactly why this is important, why this is a good idea. And if you like any of these angles, you're like, I want to make a script for this because you think this thing is really cool. This is where it gets so easy. Just click use this angle. And what's amazing is that on the back end, right, you remember all those VSLs I talked about, all those leads? We trained it into the back end of Ember, and it's just rotating through them. So we're going to take, for your product, using this specific angle, and we're going to rewrite one of the biggest leads in history. All these leads have done over $1 million in sales each. They're all proven, amazing leads, and we're going to rewrite it for you. Let's take a look at this one. Did you know that your body has a secret code for burning fat? It's true. There's a groundbreaking discovery that can turn your body into a fat-burning machine, and it's all thanks to a unique purple honey. This isn't just a weight loss trend. It's a scientific revolution that's changing the game. So this is really cool. It's a natural solution by boosting lipase levels in your body. This is world-class copy happening instantly. And you know what's so cool? If I click use this angle, it goes and does another one right here. It's rewriting a different script in the background. Imagine a groundbreaking discovery that transforms your body into a fat-burning powerhouse. Scientists have been stunned by a unique purple honey that acts as the key to unlocking your body's hidden fat-burning potential. Crazy. So instantly, right? Instantly, and at the very end, click here to watch and learn more about how this revolutionary purple honey is changing lives. So in just a second, one of the things that used to be so hard, which is how do I get people to pay attention? What do I write for copy is now done for you. This is perfect if you want to do it for an email, and you have a list and you want to send it out to people, this is perfect if you want to do a quick Instagram post and you want to have this in description. This is great as a template for a video. So this is the foundational piece. Everyone has to start with a script that they can use because people only have two options to be sold. They have to read something or they have to watch something, right? And they both have words involved. So eventually you have to get a script for them to read. So this is the perfect way to do a script. And we've got so many cool things we can do with this now. Check out how amazing this is. There's a couple things. First off, if I want to just shoot this live, boom, I click record with teleprompter. I think I went a little too fast there. I want to show you again what happened there. So at the bottom, I have this create button, and we have a couple options. First one's record with teleprompter, and bing, bada, boom, here I am with my script. I can hit record, and I can read this script. So instantly, if you want to be the spokesperson for yourself, if you want to be the spokesperson for a brand or for an Instagram page or whatever, you can now effortlessly do this. If you're on your phone, it looks perfect on your phone, so it doesn't look like you're reading a teleprompter. You have all the help you need, and even when you're done recording it, AI will analyze the video for you. We have an AI that will watch the video and give you feedback on what to do. Hey, the lighting's off. Hey, your shirt collar's popped the wrong way or something, whatever it would. It'll give you feedback so you can kind of help and make a better video next time. Super, super cool. We got a couple of other things that's really awesome. We can generate an image. So if you want to do a quick little post, we have a generate image button, and AI will begin to read it. It'll read it and decide kind of which, what's a really good image that'll go with this, and it'll make it for us on an autopilot. You can see it's kind of generating down here in the bottom. Look, we've got a couple cool little ideas here. There's your kind of weird looking honey. Isn't that beautiful? How easy was that? We're like 2-3 button pushes in so far, right? You really get flying when you do this. Let's say I like number 2. I'm going to go number 2, and then it makes the photo for me. And then if you just want to share it, right? If you want to get this done, we can click the share button, and then here we go. I got my script right here. I am posting. Here's my link on Facebook or Instagram. I got this cool little honey video here. I can post it as a reel because we connect to your Facebook or whatever Facebook, Instagram profile you have, and we're off to the races. So that is a really, really easy way you can make a post really quick, right? But it gets even better than that. Things get even better when you're hanging out with Ember. This never stops. The amount of cool things inside of this never stops. So we've got a cool little stock photo thing. So if you want to type in something like honey, you can find a very specific image. So you can just take it right here. I can take this photo image so you can get any honey photos really fast thanks to our pixel integration that we have. Also, one of the other things that's super, super cool that I want to show you, you can upload your own image if you have something specifically you want to do, is check this out. Ember will help make the videos for you. This is crazy. This is not something you can really find anywhere else. We're one of the blazing leaders in doing this because of my background in videos, but you can see it's got the script already uploaded right here at the bottom. You've got all sorts of different styles, right? So I can go no style, right? I can go ultra realistic. I can do like a fine art style. Okay, there you go. It's showing on the right-hand side. I can get a little anime style, which is kind of cool. So you have all these different styles that AI, and here's what's going to happen. It's going to break down the script and do a bunch of different scenes, and it's going to make an AI image for each one. And it's going to glue it all together for you. It's so cool. You've got all these different voices right here. So I can use the page voice, right? I kind of like the way that page.
This is how my voice sounds.
This
will narrate the content you generate in Genius.ai.
Oh, super, super cool, right? I can change the font. I can design it exactly how I want. I can do a bunch of cool transitions here. So like I can change a bunch of little things. I can add a little sound effect. I like having the whoosh sound effect. I think this is pretty cool. I can make it landscape for Facebook. I can make it a portrait for landscape for YouTube, portrait for like TikTok or Snapchat. All super, super cool. And then in one button, I can click generate the video. And AI will go off in the background to make a video for me. This is super, super cool. So that is a really, really fast way. And again, any product, you just select it, Prodentum, sell your product, here we are. Super fast. I can go through and get leads to sell any one of your products, get angles to sell any one of your products without really having to know anything, which is super, super cool. But it gets even better. I can't wait to show you this next feature, which is probably, I would say, the biggest hack I have learned in all of AI in general, right? This is one to pay attention to right now, because if you grasp what I'm saying, your life's going to change for sure. Hands down. This, when I accidentally discovered this, which is so simple, you almost want to bosh yourself on the head that you didn't figure this out, but that's how I felt when I first found this out. Basically, we have a co-pilot, which is kind of like a ChatGPT experience, which is different because it knows who you are and it knows about your products. And we have this cool little amazing button over here, right? The voice button. It's ridiculous they didn't teach us how to use this in school. You know how most people are typing and prompting? I'll tell you that's a thing in the past. No more typing. Your thoughts are way faster than typing, and AI can keep up with your thoughts. So check out this situation, right? We got Pro Dentum selected in the top right-hand corner. Hey, I'm looking to sell the Pro Dentum product, but I can't really think of any sort of angles that I want to sell with it. Can you help brainstorm a couple of ideas for me? Boom. So you can just talk to the AI, and it'll just give you feedback. Okay, there we go. We got the garden in your mouth. Certainly, I'd happy brainstorm a couple of angles for Pro Dentum. A garden in your mouth? What's that? Pro Dentum is essentially a fertilizer that provides vital nutrients to help your dental garden flourish. Oh, that's super cool. I mean, investment in your long-term oral health. Okay, garden in your mouth's kind of cool. Hey, I like number one. I think that's a really cool angle, the garden in your mouth. What kind of scripts or what kind of like really good ideas do you think I could use to turn that into a short, TikTok video that I can use to inspire people to click the link and go watch the Pro Dentum VSL? So the same way that if you had a copywriter sitting right next to you that you were talking to, who was like, yes, boss, I'll listen to you. I'll work really hard. I'll come back. What do you think about this? We are now able to use AI to get back to him really quick. So here's a couple ideas, right? Oh, we have the neglected garden transformation. This is really cool. Like, imagine your mouth is like a garden without proper care and can wither away. But with Pro Dentum, it can flourish. That's really cool. We've got the tooth fairy garden. Dressed up like a tooth fairy tending to a miniature garden. So we have a lot of really interesting ideas. The mouth ecosystem exploration idea. Okay, what if I wanted to do the neglected garden? I kind of like that idea of neglecting your mouth as terms of really good hook. We're like talking about really good ideas really quick, really cool ideas. So let's do it again. Okay, I like the first idea on the neglected garden. Please write me a world-class script that I can use and shoot and make a video for that's like 60 seconds long. Thank you. You always want to say thank you to the AI because you never know who's listening. The AI is listening. So let me just show you, and then I'm going to show you one other cool thing that we can do inside of this. But I just want you to see this process of getting something back from the AI and then answering back to it, giving feedback to it, right? Telling it what you want to do, telling it how to make it better, being like, no, I don't like this. Yes, I like this. No, I want to change this. Yes, I want to have it like this. Okay, cool. Sir, I'm happy to give you a script. Okay, open up. Hey there, ever feel like your smile's lost its sparkle? It's like having a neglected garden in your mouth. Without the right care, both can wither away. But what if I told you there's a simple way to make your smile bloom? Okay, great, perfect. This is super, super cool. All right, I love the idea. Can you please just give me the script without the current breakdown? And also, can you please create an image that is like of a really weird looking neglected garden in somebody's mouth that I can use to, promote this with? So let's see if it can make a really cool image right now. So again, this is the tool that I want you to think you can use for the rest of your life to help sell any product that you have, right? The same way you would have a copywriter or an assistant working their butt off for you, this AI is working your butt off for you. And if you're just able to get back to it and come up with ideas of it, okay, this is kind of weird, right? Neglected garden, look at these are kind of creepy garden photos. This is pretty interesting, right? I can click, oh, number 2 is kind of a weird graphic here. So like, this is kind of weird, the neglected garden in your, so this is kind of creepy right away. So we got something weird here, right? Instantly, and you can make weird things for anybody, because remember, people are in their Facebook, Instagram, TikTok days. They've been scrolling forever, and we have to stop them in their tracks and get them to watch it. So let's hit the record button again. All right, that's perfect. I love this photo. Please give me the script without a breakdown and attach the photo to it so that we can post this online. And this, by the way, this is not a pre-planned exercise here. I'm just coming up with these ideas on the spot. Okay, so here we go. We got the script right here. Ever felt like your smile has lost its sparkle? It's like having a neglected garden in your mouth. So again, we can come in here and hit share. I can download the image. I can upload it right here. I can take this. I can tweak it to exactly how I want it. And we've got a really, really cool script right here. We got something amazing that I think is just phenomenal. And of course, if I want to record with a teleprompter, if I want to turn this into a video, I can right here. Super, super awesome. This is the Ember Copilot, and this is what I think is a life-changing tool that, again, as soon as you get in the habit of any question that you have, any hard work, creative work that you have, talk to the Copilot. Talk to it. Let it type to you. You talk to it. You know how fun it is to leave voicemails, but no one likes listening to voicemails? AI loves listening to voicemails. This is great. That is the Copilot. Now let's go back and let's check in on the video. Let's see if the video that we made just got finished. I'm going to go to the video creator here. And okay, look it, we got something here. Check this out.
Imagine unlocking your body's hidden fat-burning potential with a groundbreaking discovery.
There's a purple little box right there.
Scientists are astounded by a unique purple honey that boosts lipase levels, the enzyme key to fat breakdown. This isn't just another trend. It's a real scientific breakthrough.
Now, this is amazing. I mean, look at this. We just got a video that's actually pretty cool. I mean, like, look at this. We're talking about a purple thing. Scientists looking at something purple again, right? We're talking about another scientist looking at another purple thing. This is pretty interesting. And here's where it gets really cool. Ember comes with an editor inside of it that we can do some really, really amazing things with to come up with more kind of weird photos. Because if you're doing affiliate, a lot of it has to do with coming up with like images that people find are really, really interesting. So here's what's really cool. I can change different styles of it, and I can use even my own AI images. This is really awesome. So if there's any specific scene that you want to change, like let's say we want to change this lady because it looks really, really cool, or hey, let's do this one because it looks like this one aired out and didn't actually come up with a scene here. Let's say I want to make a scene, and let's say you want to make it really different and really crazy. Well, one of the features you haven't actually seen yet is we can train an AI on you, on your face, or on a spokesperson face. And we can use this AI and specialize it to create a photo of the AI in any situation. So all I have to do is select my face. I already pre-trained it on me and how I look. Let's see if we can create a photo to add to this right now so you can literally see me and making a custom video and making this right live on the spot. So I'm going to put, subject. Subject is I'm not going to say young woman, a young man. It already pre-did some of the prompting for me, right? Early 30s. I don't need to do my hair. Measuring his waist. Yeah, we can say measuring my waist because we're talking about a early 30s, measuring his waist. The tape measure, no home sitting, mirror, photorealistic, right? So let's click update image here. In the background, we are going to have an AI in the back begin to go in and create a custom image that we can use. And let's see how it turns out. Look at that. That's literally me. Jacked right there with 6-packs and abs. Unbelievable. It just made the photo for me, and now it's inside of my video right there. So scene by scene, you're able to make these different photos like it just knows about me. This is really cool if you want to make vision boards or anything, by the way, but this is a really, you can just make you can be endlessly creative with this. You can have you in any situation inside of this, and you can take it and put it inside the video. We can start making really cool ideas. You're only limited by your own imagination, and we just added this cool thing inside the video. And again, generate video, and we're off to the races. We just had a video made, and you can take it scene by scene. You can see all these different videos that we made, but that's the short form video editor. Super, super cool. This is where you create the twin. We call it AI twins, for example. So all you have to do is upload 10 photos of yourself right here, and you can generate images of you in any situation that you can add to your videos and add to different things. Super, super cool. Absolutely an amazing, amazing feature it built inside of Genius. So I'm going to go through a handful of other things. One thing I want to break down really quick is the paid traffic mode versus the free traffic mode. I just showed you a few different things, right? I showed you the basic kind of easy mode on how you can get scripts. I showed you the Copilot, And then I just showed you a little bit of the video editor. And by the way, all of this is going to get better and better and better. AI is evolving day by day by day, and we have dead teams in China that are doing this 24/7, helping you and just making your life easier and easier and easier. By the way, we have all these different languages up here, so whatever language you kind of need, you can have it made for you. So if you ever struggle to go international, which is a much easier place to find traction and success, but as long as you really speak the language, because it's easy to go international, but one of the challenges is you can't really read anything, so you're kind of blind a little bit. It's kind of like walking through somewhere blind. You can walk, but it's kind of hard to walk far if you can't read what copy you just wrote. So that's something to think about. But international markets are super, super cool. I want to show you the paid traffic mode. So I want to show you the difference right now between the first thing that we created, which was specifically for Facebook media buyers and YouTube media buyers to help them. And then I'm going to show you the free traffic mode, which is designed to help you build your brand and to help you grow organically so that you can get people to click your link in different ways and watch your video. So for paid traffic people, this is so cool. This is what the original VSL platform was about, VSL.ai. You go in here, you select a product. I want to sell the Sugar Defender this time. I come down to content ideas. And again, we trained this tool on all of the biggest short form VSLs, right? All of the biggest leads, all of the biggest closes, hooks. We trained it on sales pages. So if I wanted to make a VSL really quick or make a different lead, I can come down here and I can click this button. And what will happen is Ember will begin to rewrite a winning $1 million lead for you right away. So listen, 99% of people are living with dental delusion, gum disease, tooth decay, bad breath are skyrocketing. Millions are struggling with oral issues. Now the media would like you to believe it's due to poor health, but they couldn't be more wrong. So instantly, you are getting world-class leads done for you, VSLs done for you. Do you have to make a landing page? Just go to one of the landing page creators over here. You'll get all the copy you need for pre-sale pages, advertorials. Let's just click this advertorial banger, my horrific nightmare. Right, so it's writing an article for you, how this natural supplement finally helped me manage my blood sugar levels, restoring my energy and peace of mind. You'll discover why managing blood sugar can be challenging and what could be a game-changing solution. Hint, it's not what most doctors recommend. So if you're creating articles, you're doing SEO, you're putting pictures on the ads and having them read a sales page, this is the perfect copy to have on your sales page. It's done for you. And pretty soon, Ember's going to be making the landing page for you, which we're really, really excited about. But in the meantime, you can use this to get the job done, get your landing page done. And this, again, works for any product that you have. Copy struggles are a thing of the past thanks to Ember. Super, super amazing. So you can go in here whether you have emails, hooks, all sorts of different cool ideas. We also have an amazing trending videos section. This is really cool because we've built in a spy tool for TikTok. You probably want to know what's working on TikTok. You probably want to know, what's working. Again, spy tools are the secret because it just shows you what's working. Well, if I'm selling Sugar Defender, it already knows that this is a health and wellness supplement. So it pre-searches for me to show all of the other health and wellness videos on TikTok that have gone viral. This one's got 11 million views. This one's got 3 million views. This one's got 4 million views. This one's got 1 million, 3 million, 3.3 million. All sorts of cool different ideas. I can obviously watch them.
3 weight loss supplements. If you're new to my channel,
3 weight loss supplements, a really cool hook. That's a proven hook. How do you know it's a good idea? Because it has 3 million views. That's how you know it's a good idea. And if you want to use it, you can just hit this remix button and we have an AI that will watch the video for you and it will rewrite it for your product so you can know exactly how to do it. It'll give you the script and it will give you the video kind of clips, what you should do scene by scene. This makes it super easy for you to reverse engineer any winning product, any winning video you find on TikTok. Great, great, really, really cool way to, see what's working. So that's for the paid traffic people. Now let's go back to the free traffic mode. This is really, really amazing tool. We have a lot of success in this. And if you come over here and unclick the product focus mode, here's something really cool. Because the AI knows, right, you can click this kind of button right here to decide, hey, I want to focus on selling T-Burn, for example. I want to make videos on Instagram and TikTok to inspire people to buy T-Burn or watch the video on T-Burn. Well, with branding and organic, you have to add some value and then you do some pitches, right? Jab, 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 right hook. So the cool thing about AI is because it knows you and it knows about your product, it can tell you a game plan. Have you ever wished that you had someone on your team who was like, hey, this is all you have to do today. Post this on Facebook, post that on this, and post this. You're like, finally, someone who knows what they're talking about, telling me what to do in a kindergarten simple way. That's kind of like what happens right here with Ember. It makes it super, super easy. So in the background, it has like a travel product focus really quick. So it's giving me some content ideas right here. It's giving me a week at a glance. So it gives me all the things that I have coming up, but it tells me what to post today. So all I have to do is come in here and click, hey, I want to talk about this angle, which is specifically about the benefits of travel. We're just going to go with travel really quick because it was already pre-selected. Here's a couple angles. Do I want to talk about the healing power of travel? Do I want to make a quick Instagram video talking about the healing power of travel? Very awesome video idea right away, right? Nature, adventure with loved ones. Do I want to make a video that talks about how fun it would be to go on adventures with your loved ones? That's super cool. Let's just say use this idea. And again, just like how you saw before, Ember will begin to rewrite a winning ad so that you can have a really cool video of you being awesome. Hey, it's Sergio from Barcelona. This is our CTO. I'm in his account. Just got back from an amazing trip with my wife and our daughter. So you can update it on things that you're doing, so it kind of gives you more ideas on what content that you can make. Research shows that family vacations increase happiness. Give us a chance to disconnect. So super awesome. And again, you can come in here, same thing, record with teleprompter, get a video out, get that content done, and get back to your daily life. This is the free traffic section. And again, you can use this to sell products and you can use this to build your personal brand. And that's Ember AI. Listen, I want you to know every step on your journey from going from, maybe in the parents' basement to starting to get some sales and starting to create your dream life, Ember is built to handle each single one of those, from writing the scripts, from doing the videos, to come up with the angles. We've thought about everything and we keep building it and keep designing it to make it better. Listen, Ember has a community, it has a content team that's coming out with. They're coming up with so many trainings to help make this so much easier for you. And I want you to know, AI can really change your life. This is a tool, and I want you to know, take action on this. Get on the train with this. We don't want to be like Blockbuster. We don't want to be like people that are being left behind. There's a huge advantage to people that are using tools like this, and I want you to be a part of it. Take action, jump on the Ember platform, and start to mess with it. Play around with it, and I promise you, this is your new best friend in succeeding online with affiliate marketing in 2025 on ClickBank. My name is Peter Kell. Thank you so much for taking the time. Something amazing is about to happen to you. Back to you guys.
Huge thank you, Peter, for showcasing the power and possibility of Ember. We cannot wait to see what everybody watching and so many others create with this incredible new tool. As we wrap up ClickBank Summit, I invite you to reflect on everything you've learned today, comment on how you plan to put it into action, and commit to putting these tips into practice. Thank you so much for joining us for this event. I sincerely hope you've learned something valuable that you can put into practice in your life, your business, your affiliate marketing efforts today, right now. Be sure to check out Ember, our revolutionary new AI tool for affiliates. Check out Spark if you're just looking for more affiliate foundational knowledge to get started. And as always, succeed with scale on ClickBank.